Okay, cool. Cool. Wait, no, I did. Hold on. All right, we'll see how this goes. Cool. Cool. All right, real gaming has to happen today. Like real intense gaming has to happen today. No excuses today. No excuses. Big gaming moves are gonna happen. We're gonna be really prepared. For how much, is it 2 days until? 2 days? What's up, Zell? Stream back to back? Are you okay? Bro, I'm fine. This is just a normal occurrence. Just a normal Volpez TF streaming pattern, you know what I mean? Like, it's nothing abnormal going on here. Nothing abnormal about this. Yo, Diamond Dog, what's up? Welcome. Welcome. I'm fine. I'm feeling great. Feeling great. I can't wait to do my friend assists one by one individually so that I can get 25 aura barrels, you know. It's great. I'm doing great. Yo, what's up, Laz? You're scared? About what? What are you scared about? Wait, someone said you could hit J. It's not working from here. I mean, if you just stand on this disc, you can press F, and it's like pretty, you know, it's pretty fast. What kind of Fangyi prep do you need to do? Bro, I have content to do, which means I have aura barrels I need to farm. That's what I'm doing basically. And I'm just gonna spend my energy in the domains and get some materials so that I can upgrade her. Ideally, when I get her, you know what I mean? That's the plan. That's the plan. I have a bunch of sanity boosters, you know, kind of rolling in it. Kind of rolling in it, as they say. Wait, 75%? The 2-time back to back. Holy, what a pull. Guys, yeah, that's 60 Arsenal tickets in a day. Like, you got people. I remember I was in a Maggie stream and she was saying you gotta buy these. She was saying you gotta buy the upgrade materials. Imagine missing 60 Arsenal tickets in a day. That's like, how many pulls is that? Like 0.2 or something? That's kind of crazy. Holy, wait, I just got a ton. Bro, I literally can never get ones. Why is that? Are you supposed to, am I supposed to do this? Where I like...
For an elite like me.
7. Am I supposed to like manually swap them out? There you go. 1.
I vote nap before task, Handman.
Is that the meta? Pretty fast on controller for muscle memory. The muscle memory is a huge buff That's like the true skill expression of Enfield. Is like how fast your muscle memory can get you to do your dailies. Okay, at 700, I think it's worth to pull this. Oh yeah, plus 20. Guys, I mean, like there's just not many people doing it like I am, dude. Now that's the skill expression, the foresight, the planning.
I heard Miesco Industries just released a pretty neat weapon suite.
That was a waste? How was that a waste? How was that a waste? I got 20 Arsenal tickets. What else am I supposed to do with them? What else am I supposed to do? What else are we using friend assist for? Oh my god, these are full? That's not good. That's not good. The true Arknights club experience, sitting on 6 out of 7 for a couple days. Dude, I literally just saw that there is a similar, the clue thing is like, there's like a similar thing in Arknights. There might be a ton of things like that I'm just not aware of. They're like Arknights cameos and references and stuff. Where it's like basically the same screen. Is that like nostalgia bait? Is that what we call nostalgia bait? For the veterans? Oh my god, this one, bro. Actually, I think it should be opened up now, right? Isn't this opened up? Yes, nice. I knew this tree stuck out to me when I passed it. It's a special tree.
This hostile poses significant threat. We'll end this fight easily. Show me dirty play.
Here, what's up, Soup? What's up? Welcome. I might actually need these talent materials too. Bro, who's... Zipline? I guess it's kind of smart to put a zipline near this. I mean, you don't need to connect. You don't need to collect this that many times, you know. But I guess we'll allow it. So is the strat? Oh dang! I could have gone there while I was over there. Should I just like double back? You see, people went crazy for one of the new units. There's a lot of new units. Which one? And who was going crazy? And how many? And the who, the what, the when, the where, the how, the when, the what. Like, I think that... Wrong way. I feel like if Fangyi had been present in 1.1, I feel like it would have been better. People would have been maybe more excited for her. I feel like the excitement for Fangyi is kind of like not that high. Like, I think people are excited, but it's not like, you know, not like crazy excited. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of like normal excitement. But it feels like she was set up to be like a little different, but... Follow these stairs, or I go down this path? Wait, it's just down there. I'm going for it. Oh, Oh. Excuse me? Oh. The pink tree different from the environment, it adds up? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, where's the thing? Serious? I didn't catch? Well, now it's invisible, like I can't... Oh my god. Alright, we're waiting. I feel like you gotta catch it somewhere else, right? We'll be able to see. Oh, right here. Jump, good stuff above. That was great. Let's give that a refresh. Little sign earned its repair. Good work. Skipping all banners for the foreseeable future. Still haven't found a character you like, so you're stockpiling? How many have you not pulled at all for the whole game? Are you one of those that likes to like potential 5 your favorite characters? Or there's just really never been, there just hasn't been a character that you really like? I feel like I have liked every character. I've pretty much liked everybody. Invisible wall. Illusion. No? Oh, what the heck?
Oraline is a fragment of a shattered universe. This one traveled massive distances to be here.
Should we fight the mini boss?
Engaging. Stacy. Strike the man.
Mifu overall? Mifu is quite adored. You think this guy is pissed that I did this yesterday to him too. I just pressed all my ultimates at the same time. You think he's pissed? Should we do it tomorrow too? Mifu is there. Dude, Mifu... Like, I'm a little suspicious about Mifu, because, like, I feel like just the way the banners are set up is just, this makes me a little suspicious. Like, normally you would get the servant, like, before, like, you get Mifu before Fangyi, right? That's like the predictable banner setup. But we're getting Mifu after Fangyi, and not even after, but like a whole patch after. Speaking ill of Mifu, mods hold me back. Dude, yeah, I completely forgot to like exchange these. Aren't people saying to stockpile these and then just sell everything at once? Bro, how much longer do we have? 2 days? Mifu has the mountains of Wuling. Skipping Fangyi, Abby solves all problems. What if you want to use Fangyi with Aviwena though?
Time for another adventure?
Time for another adventure. Should we throw on more contingency contract music? By the way, while we're doing exploring content. We have to finish. We have to get through all the OST. As always, dare I say, let me know about volume. Let me know if the volume is too loud or too quiet or whatever. Two streams in a row? Guys, it's not that abnormal, right? I mean, I say that. I know it kind of is, but like, you know. You know. Oh my god, I have to run all the way over here, dog. Can I TP from here? Can I actually run through here now that I've opened up the map? Let's just do the last one too. Yeah, I was never finding that. They will need the Grand Wall of Wuling to stop me going all in on Mifu. What? So I feel like Mifu, at least in this chat, Mifu is more beloved than Fangyi. Why is that? Is Mifu just like more relatable? And maybe like because Mifu's a little like Fangyi is kind of like that tropey like in love with the MC, like the content you play with her. It's like it was like date content or something, you know, when you went on the little quest with her. But Mifu is just so tough and like she's so nonchalant and she's really funny the way she interacts with the Tong Tong. Is that why? I feel like Mifu is people are more excited for Mifu actually. Is that a crazy statement? I'll just be happy if Brawler Mifu opens the door for Mountain as a reconvener. I think, dude, is Mountain the, holy stream lag? Mountain was the 6-star in Arknights, right? I think he's the one that I got as like my free beginner right past this. There's like a dock or something, right? There's a dotted line right here. Oh, there was a lily pad, right? But I think it, yeah, it doesn't actually come over here. Brick. Dude, this would be perfect for a, oh, I need a, what's my power line situation look like? It's like over here. But there's like no point, bro. Like, when am I gonna need to come back here? Do I need to set up power lines right now? Streamer is unemployed 2 streams in a row? You're calling me unemployed? I'm working right now. I'm working really hard right now. What do you mean unemployed? I'm working right now. Wouldn't Avi and Fangyi fight for the same resources? Yeah, you probably, yeah, you might not want. I think Fangyi is like a resource hog, like a skill point hog. So maybe not. The thing is, like, you could maybe like try and stack a bunch of Abby spears and then just like use one skill point probably. You know, because you're gonna be having so much like infliction and electrification that you could like use her combo skill maybe a couple times, but it depends. I mean, her ultimate gives you electric vulnerability, so like, yeah, maybe, you know, maybe. You could make it work for sure. Like meta, but you could definitely, if you wanted to, make it work. What's your Fangyi team gonna be? I really like the stream just lag again. Yeah, but I really like the it's like holy lag, bro. The one where I like the team they showed in the live stream with Alesh and Arclight. Like something about double SP gen characters and then just like Fangyi just like spamming sounds kind of fun actually. I'm gonna try that. That's gonna be the first one I want to try. Oh, the lily pad's going back. I was trying to adjust the volume on the music. Like a Mifu carries herself plus Tong Tong bully. Yeah, I feel like the Tong Tong dynamic has to be like kind of carrying. Honestly, now that I think about it, like it's a little disappointing that like how much have we seen of Fangyi so far, you know? How much have we seen of Fangyi? And like in the main story, you kind of just, you know, in the main story, you kind of just hang out with her, and then was there like a side story for the Lunar New Year where you went on like a watch the fireworks with her or something? If has more screen time and then the personality helps, yeah, that might be it. That might be it, bro. My internet. Okay. Can I walk this? Nope. Nope. Did the stream die completely? Let me see. I think it's just lagging, bro. Is the stream just lagging? Holy 1 frame per second. Okay, it's in the yellow now. It's in the yellow. ISPs are the most evil thing in the world. Alright, we're in the green again. We're in the green. OBS is back. Dude, I'm probably... I have a theory, and I don't even know if it's a theory. I feel like it's kind of true that ISPs will like throttle internet during the day, you know? For whatever reason, they'll just kind of do like internet throttling. Okay, how am I supposed to get to that? Oh, right here? Nice. Oh my god, it's trying to leave.
Oraline is a fragment of a shattered universe.
Yeah, I think stream was lagging. I think it should be back though. There we go.
Right.
Bro, I wonder if it's because of the music. I just like paused the music and it came back. Hold on. Let me try this. If it dies again, it can't be, bro. It can't be because of the music. Got him. Okay, we're almost done with this area. What's the route to get here? No, I think you can go up from here, right? You can do Arclight, Perlica, Akakuri with Fangyi. What does Akakuri really do? Just popping the ult for SP? Is that it? Because is that the only way she gets SP? Bro, I need to build... I would have built Akakuri if I had Lav, but I don't, so...
A strong team is...
Yeah, skill is just heat infliction. Oh, combo does some SP. Enemy becomes staggered, hits a stagger node. Is this common? This is a 10-second cooldown, but how common is this? You can even give her the SP set to decrease that further, but how common do you like stagger enemies like that? And then yeah, it recovers SP. What is this? For every For every 10 points of intellect, SP recovery? Wait, you can give her intellect to recover her, to increase her SP recovery? Gain Link on ultimate? Wait, what? Sorry, what? Wait, she actually looks so good. She's crazy. She's like crazy with it. What are her potentials do?
A strong team is one without any weak links.
She's kind of crazy. Recovering SP gains attack. All right, personal damage. Stats. Gives attack to the team. Okay. More ultimate, faster ultimate. Even when the ultimate squad on me ends, the link buff persists. Okay, quality of life, not bad. Yeah, 100% because they don't expect people to be home, so they lower priority to residential customers. Yeah, fuck these guys, bro. Yeah, and ISPs. It should be illegal. It should be. Sometimes an applicator too. I think I need to get Kakuri built. Wait, which way am I going? Can I go up this way? I do kind of want to build Akakuri. I just don't know if I don't know if I need her right now. I mean, if I should just save the resources for Fangyi and just use so I can build Fangyi when I get her. Arclight SP generation is low. Is it like you're talking about like just her numbers or the frequency with which she? Where is she? I mean, bro, this is a 3-second cooldown. Suffers electrification or electrification consumed. Like you can time this because if you're consuming electrification, you can time this so that you like apply it, wait 3 seconds, and then consume it, and then you get 2 of them, right? I feel like she could do a lot, no? I guess mostly on her combo skill, right? She does have some utility on her ultimate. She also gives you electric damage. Also, wait, this effect is nobody's doing this, right? You have to do it 3 times. Huh? Isn't this the additional effect? Consuming... Wait, why would you cast her skill 3 times? Who designed that?
Did you know I love stuff that shines?
Akakuri's biggest issue is her ult costs a lot. Do you just build into her like ultimate basically? With her gear? Like ultimate cooldown and stuff?
Engaging. Stay safe, team. And I was hoping...
Fake waves?
Verify and report personal status, team. I pulled it off, right?
No worries. It's all part of our job.
Akakuri skill is better than Perlica skill. Super quick equals super quick. Oh, into a Perlica skill equals super quick electrification application at the start of battle. Yeah, but that's both your skill points, you know? I guess you could. But Fangyi like really wants electrification, no? Or like the skill points. Fangyi uses those? Yeah. Alright, dang, map completed basically. I mean, not even basically, like it's completed. Let's turn in our things. Let's turn in our things. Orlean. Dang, wait, I haven't turned him in at all. What is this? Resting at the TP point gives temporary attack buff? Dang, I didn't know that existed. What is this? Oh wait, more materials. What? What the heck? Exploration. Fucking buff. Quality of life. Dang, look at that. Look at that reward screen. That was nice. Can't believe she says that. Fix your stream, bro? What's happening? The stream. Bro, it's in the green. It's in the green. What do you mean? What's wrong with the stream? Is it effing? Is it effing? Dude, there's nothing I can do about Fs, you know? There's nothing I can do about it. The ISP is throttling me. It's not my fault. Shut off a couple times, fine now? Okay. Plus you only get 2 swords if you only have 1 stack electrification, not with the 2 SP. Yeah, with like Fangyi basically seems like self-sufficient. So wait, what am I? Did I not give a gift?
Where are we headed?
I haven't leveled this up. Haven't even unlocked that. Dude, I'm thinking about the long game. Like, how many ore barrels can I save before 1.3? How many ore barrels can we save? Because like Fangyi, the thing is like, dude, like Fangyi, like I have her guaranteed. But what about what comes after? You know? Random chest? Thank you. Bro, petition to increase chest rewards in future regions. See another chest up there. I need that. I need that. Wait, where? Oh. Bro, what the hell? How are you supposed to... Yo, what's up, Torquey? What's up?
This is my chance.
Stretch. This team, I think, is pretty good. Kind of like maybe SP hungry, but they're kind of fun. Increase rewards, not number of chests. Yeah, the chest I feel like should just give more reward, like more ore barrels.
The first step is always the hardest.
And I was hoping you'd say you can't escape gravity.
Ow.
Commence L7, annihilation.
Did I wait? Is this a waste? Yeah, probably. Probably. Dude, I don't know how to off-field Aviwena. I feel like I keep missing her spears. How does that hit me? God, he's invisible. I have enough for Fangyi, but want to get Gil and the CC from Code Geass looking girl.
That's right. Hold on to
Please
that
tell me I
spirit.
can. Okay, the thing about the rerun banner, I actually saw there was an article where they were going over it. And I think they talked about the actual details of the banner. And it's actually not bad. It's actually not bait at all, the rerun banner. Because like it's you get like a selector at 120, so you can select whoever you want, so you can definitely get Gilberta in 120. But the thing is, at the 80, it's like a 25-75 if you're just going for one character. If you kind of like don't mind getting like anybody in there, or at least like 3 of them maybe, or even 2 of them, I guess. I guess if you wanted 2 of them, it would make it equivalent to a normal banner where it's like 50-50. You know what I mean? And then you could just pick whoever you wanted at 120. They already increased Orbills from chests by 50% between CB2 to release. Imagine if they never did that. Yeah, they I was glad they did that. I mean, they could have gone even more, but I mean, you know. You know. I'm gonna save my ult for the second guy.
Target locked. Fire.
Just completely whiffed everybody. It's great. That's awesome. Rerun banner is better if you want both the limited. Yeah, if at least you want both the limited characters, it could be like a pretty good pull, you know. Holy sh! Dude, this guy's infinite health. What the heck? Skill issue? Don't answer that. Dude, what is happening to me?
Target locked. Fire.
Hold on to that spirit.
Yeah, the banner's pretty good for people who want both Gilberta and Lav. You have more than 50% to get both after 120 pulls. Yeah. Enfield banner with only Rhodes Island 6 stars is dropping around Arknight's CN 7th anniversary. Someone said that the other day. It's like only the Rhodes Island characters. So Rhodes Island is like the main faction in Arknights, right? But then like Rhodes Island exists within, or like not within Enfield, but like alongside Enfield. Rerun banner is actually themed for reconveners. Oh yeah, they are reconveners, aren't they? They all are, right? Interesting.
Where are we headed?
I did all of that so I could level that up once for the daily. I don't even need to in the end. Oh my gosh. Back-to-back streams. Everybody's saying that. Is it that weird, guys? Is it that weird? Everybody is saying that. Well, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Should we try and do some delivery jobs to amass our stock bills? Roads equals Enfield Industries, basically? Okay. Interesting. We'll do one. I gotta show off my zip lines, you know? I didn't put all these zip lines down for nothing. Yeah, I've seen Pog, like in Arknights. I've seen like the Arknights version of Pog. So... Also, the reception, a couple of the comments I got on that minigame slop video, kind of interesting to me. They were kind of interesting. Like, I feel like some people were really offended by the existence of Power Wash Simulator. I don't know, like really offended. Like, I don't know. It was weird. It was weird. It was like worse than I thought. Apparently. Why did somebody build up there? What's the point? Oh, there's exploration stuff over here. Wait, I can't buy it. I'm doing a delivery. Doing a delivery. Want to build Rabbit Wife or League Wife? Still haven't finished watching your last stream, so no spoilers? Wait, spoilers from what? People were mad malding? People seem to be offended by Arknight Enfield's existence. Yeah, dude, I don't know what it was. Like, I kind of through like chatting and commenting with some people, I feel like it's time. I gotta explore this area too. We got 100 chests here. 100 chests. I wonder how many pulls that's gonna be, and all the Orleans. I think like because. When it comes to the Power Wash Simulator, I've seen Supa's video on it, and like, he kind of like crashed out on it, so I feel like maybe these are people that, like, if you're not crashing out on it, then it's like, they think, I don't know, like, they think you're like making excuses for it or something, I don't know, like, I don't really get it, but I feel like people just kind of want to see you like shit on Power Wash Simulator. Like that's what they wanted to see, kind of, you know? And And the nuance was like kind of lost, I feel like. Had someone tell me if we had another drone-based event, they were going to crash out, and if they did another story like Rossi's, they were going to crash out. I mean, it kind of just sounds like someone like it's just very all or nothing, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, pressure washing diarrhea off the street was epic. Bro, that was the thing, is like, that was the insult that was used though, is like, oh my god, I can't believe they're making us like wash poop. Like, this is a joke, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
Amazing. The bird and beasts really like this kid.
just triggered a
If it
cutscene.
were me, they'd be chasing my
And it's
butt
like,
out
I
of
think if
bed.
you're using that as an insult, I think you just never liked this game, and I think you're just like hate watching, you know what I mean? I think you're just hate watching. Like, I don't know.
Youths get tender loving care, and those in between get the brutality of life.
It's more interesting to see resistance in your comments rather than the kooky echo chamber comments. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, true though. True. Like,
That's not true.
like the disagreement in discourse at the end of the day
One at
is
a
is more
time.
interesting.
There are enough stats
Yeah.
for everyone. Now listen up. We got a visiting VIP today to take a good look at you.
Yeah. True. True. There's so much lore in OG Arknights I want to look into. I'm gonna start with the proxy green hair chick. Bro, if you, I've seen a couple lore videos.
Man, my apologies.
Ashiaki, whatever her name is. The lore lore tuber
I
for
think
like
it's better,
Genshin and
but
Star
I'm
Rail.
pretty confident
She has a video in
you'll
Arknights
prefer-
that's really good, and Moose has a lore video that's really good. For OG Arknights that I've seen so far. I don't even know what that quest was. Sorry, Li Fong. If the game doesn't EOS, I'm gonna crash out. But imagine if they have a lot of events like power washing and get tiresome. I think for now it's okay. I mean, I think like the reason like, you know, I didn't soy out on power washing is because like I think it's kind of like inoffensively mid in a way, you know? It's not like I'm having the greatest time of my life, but it's just kind of like it's like not like I'm like hating doing it, but it's not like I'm having the time of my life doing it either, you know? There's an event right now, for perspective, there's an event right now in Genshin, this little like navigation event that I genuinely hate. And it's like the same kind of, it's the same level of like small event as the power washing thing. And like, I would rather have power washing than that genuinely terrible navigation event in Genshin. So it's like, there's like levels to it, I guess, but I don't know. Fishing event in ZZ. Yeah, those were like the I kept trying to talk in the comments to some people, but like those were like also the mainline like flagship events, like the big ones of the patch, you know. And I don't know why I was trying to get up there. I think the thing's over here, right? Yeah. Dude, this is what we were talking about earlier. Like now I'm sitting here like, how do I get onto this roof, you know? There's a little bit of like navigation as I search around. But yeah, there's a difference between the big events and the like smaller events too. I guess like for absolute compromise, you could just say like, I've said this before too, but just have like events essentially be optional in a way. Or like those mini game events, just have them kind of be optional. Like you can do them for extra upgrade materials or something, but you know, you don't have to do them. Yeah, oh yeah, Ashikai. Ashikai. Sorry. Yeah. This quest start and end was peak, but the middle is so bad. That one? That Li Pong one? If you don't crash out and have an aneurysm, they call you a glazer and call you the reason for why they think the game is failing. Well, it's just like, I can't muster up the, like, I can't like muster up the frustration with power washing, you know? Like I said, it's like kind of inoffensively mid, you know what I'm saying? Like it was like an inoffensive little like time waster, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't like the worst thing I've ever played, but of course I missed that. It wasn't the worst thing I've ever played, but it was like inoffensive. It was just kind of there, you know? Hated the fishing event in ZZZ. It was so tedious and didn't feel good to play. Oh my god, it's because like this thing's trying to like speed me off the roof. Why is that even there? Oh, so you can get over there? Oh no, you can just drop that. Okay, hold on. Okay, I can make this jump. Yo, what's up, Castle? Yeah, we had a conversation in the comments. Okay, yeah, what I was gonna, because I knew I've seen you in the stream, so I was gonna say like, I would just say this in the stream when it's easier to say. But in response to what you were saying, like I've kind of brought up this idea before. I didn't mention it in the video. Actually, I was gonna mention it in the video, but I cut it out for time. But the idea with like minigame events where you could basically they could like drop the events for the patch, and there could be like a point ladder, you know. And let's say there's like there's like, you know, 2 or 3 little events, and there's like a combat event and stuff like that. And basically you can choose like which thing you want to do to get your like pull currency, and then if you go past like and then like, you know, up to a certain point in the point ladder, you've gotten all the pull currency, and then you can just like keep playing the other events if you want to like get upgrade materials or something. I don't know. Something for like player freedom. Like you don't like, you know, you don't have to cut events out of the game, because some people enjoy the little mini game events and stuff, you know. That could be like a compromise, I guess. That's what I like about Enfield's exploration. Instead of just the icon of the map, find a way up on the roof. Yeah, I do like the exploration here. Like I said in that video, slop event is never and will never be the problem. The lack of challenging game modes are. Yeah. Well, like, we got contingency contract coming, you know? So. Contingency contract will be seasonal at best. We'll see how it goes. It could be their beta testing contingency contract, and then they're gonna, you know, make it permanent or something. Or make it seasonal. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Is it seasonal in OG Arknights? When I heard about CC and 2 operator combat, I got some hope till someone told me they're limited events. I think they are limited events. And then yeah, like you're asking what's wrong with time limited events. I mean, I don't. What's wrong with time limited events? Do we have any knowers in chat, or any like anyone with the answer to that? Like, I kind of because it's like, I'm not that bothered by time limited events if the event is, most events are kind of like forgettable, so it's not like a real, you don't feel like a loss when they leave. But if event is like, if they manage to strike gold with their like replayable game mode, you would want them to not take it away, right? To like keep it in the game. I mean, also there's like no, you know, there's no strict reason why an event has to, where like the beta test has to be like limited time and then they take it away and then bring it back. Like they could like have an event and then just like update it periodically. I don't know. Unless they want to make like big changes to it. Like a big, like it's a really big deal or something, but. I think if I rotate this, it'll change. Seasonal and Arknights, yeah. CC's like Battle Tower and ZZZ. It's a seasonal update for every 3 months. Oh, by the way, speaking of ZZZ, I was playing last night and I had, you know, I don't know why this hadn't occurred to me, but ZZZ kind of has a contingency contract in the roguelike, in the Hollow Zero. Because you know you can select those difficulty modifiers and you can select like 12 of them. And if you have all 12, it's like actually pretty hard. Like you actually have to be like perfect. You know what I'm saying? And like the enemies like have a ton of health and stuff, and the fights are like really long. But actually you only have like actually it adds a timer to the fight, so it's like kind of shit, but it's like the shitty modifier. But that is like contingency contract, right? I know it's probably not as interesting as contingency contract because it's not like, it's more like stat changes and shit like that, not really like, you know, comprehensive changes, but you know. Confused by Umbral Monument is permanent, but CC is seasonal? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, the difference between, you know, permanent content and non-permanent content. Unless they fundamentally change CC, I don't see it having much staying power if it's perma. Like once you clear max difficulty, it's like there's no point playing it over and over again. Like once you get the rewards and stuff, the medals and all that stuff. Be an issue if they have lore and time-limited events, yeah. Yeah. My only problem with time-limited events is time-gated events. I hate when I have to have an afternoon free. You can only play 1/3. Yeah. That's like the ultimate drip feed. Yeah. If I see a timer in Enfield contingency contract, I'm gonna flip out. Yeah, I would hate to have a timer. Because the thing is, it's actually more challenging. It's like kind of the ultimate challenge if a fight is like 15 minutes long, you know? And you have to like perfect dodge, not like 15 minutes, but you know, if it's like a long fight and you have to actually like dodge every attack, you know? And you have to be very mindful about like the boss attacks and dodging and stuff. That's kind of like, that's like the preferred, you know, way to do it. Then, you know, how many of these do you need? Like if I'm trying to level Fangyi, how many of these would I need? I mean, I have a good amount. I feel like I'm kind of set. Maybe we'll get more of these.
Hi, Endman.
Only concern about CC is how hard it feels for devs to balance it between tactics and combat. Because if it's just combat, might as well play WUA. If it's just tactics, might as well play OG Arknights. Was that a base comment? I don't know about the WUA part. I don't know what you mean by balance between tactics and combat. Sounds like damned if you do, damned if you want. Like there's not, I don't know. Just go play those? Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get what the meaning of like balance.
Only by walking upon the land can we truly appreciate every
I think
pulse of
permanent game modes would be like
is what Enfield is fighting.
you're, you know, if they like strike gold on something and it's like something that you do and kind of want to play over and over again, you know, if they were to like strike gold.
We'll end this fight easily. All variables within estimates.
But like the other thing about this is another important topic, right? The thing about like the social game thing is that, like, remember how in Japan they call them social games? I think time limited events are part of the whole like social game vibe, you know what I'm saying? Like there's like limited time stuff just kind of adds to this feeling of like, you know, we're all experiencing this at the same time sort of thing, you know, like we're all, and then when this is gone, we'll do the next thing, you know, like we're all experiencing the same content at the same time, you know what I'm saying? I think maybe that adds to like the social factor or something. Slop discussion almost never brings up the developer side. The current sharp release schedule popularized by Genshin, it can only be fulfilled with low maintenance mode surrounding the main release. Yeah, it is a good point. It is a good point that like the way that Genshin popularized that like really strict development pipeline is something that like, you know, like Western devs like really can't do, and it takes a lot of work, like a lot of work and investment for when these like Chinese devs do it, or like Asia devs or whatever, because they have to have like several teams working in parallel, like several pieces of content being made simultaneously, you know. And like we kind of underestimate with how reliable they are with the updates. We kind of underestimate like the development does take a lot of time, you know. And because we're so like I think a lot of people, that's actually a good point. Like maybe not to be like the excuses for company, like making excuses for billion-dollar company, but there is something to be said about the like the realism of like giving like I asked for this last patch, why like in the next 40 days, why have you not developed this or done this, you know? And there were like things in Destiny, like Destiny 2, which was like the most popular live service game for a while there, you know, there would be things for like 6 months to a year to like over a year where they like wouldn't change things that people were asking for, or like wouldn't do certain things, you know. So we do kind of I feel like take for granted sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, like would people be ready to wait for patches longer to get more fulfilling updates? Yeah, like I think that's the one. I think that's what I was kind of feeling. How do you have 844? 844 what? Oh, the sanity tickets? Oh, from a battle pass, I think, and just hoarding them and just never using them.
The first step is always the hardest.
Because the thing is, if they're not like I'm a hoarder, you know, if they're not like functionally infinite, it's like hard for me to spend them psychologically.
Pulling together really kept me wet. Let's flip the world! Incoming! Fast! Commence L7. Annihilation! He's
Did she just whiff, or did that hit? I feel mentioned they have 4 different development pipelines. See, that's insane, because if there's 4 different development pipelines, like think about like when you give feedback on something, how far into the future it would realistically be for that feedback to manifest, right? If that's true, right? Like let's say that's true hypothetically, and I mean I believe you, but like let's say that 4 different development pipelines. That's like maybe like 3 or 4 patches. I assume by different pipelines, they mean like 4 patches being made, right? Simultaneously. So like you give feedback now, and then everyone gets pissed when like Oh my god, the next patch, they didn't address the feedback. Well, that shit's already made, dog. That shit's already being made. It might be like 5 patches into the future, you know? I mean, that would be crazy if that's the case, but I don't know. Yeah, the open world 3D games have a lot of work in a 4-day patch, yeah. If all events will be permanent, either we'll have over-bloated in-game events or there'll be nothing new for a long period of time. Yeah, I think because like a lot of these events are just like you do them and forget about them. Like, I don't need Power Wash Simulator to be in the game forever, you know what I mean? I kind of don't need them to be, no, I don't need it to be in the game forever. I completely forgot that etch space existed for like a really long time, by the way. So, I'm gonna like.
All operators accounted for. The team is
there a
ready for the
quest
mission.
associated with this, or do I just go in? Right here, right? I just scrolled up and I saw if it's just bad content, might as well play HSR. That's funny. It's funny they don't understand how big of a deal developing a whole area in a month is. I mean, the thing is, they might not be developing a whole area in a month. They might have spent like, you know, 4 months on that or something, you know. But like because they have 4 teams working simultaneously, then you know it would be, yeah. With HSR, they plan major releases at least a year in advance. Yeah, yeah. And then there are the people that see them announce something they already had planned and are like, devs listened with Ken and Fangyi. Bro, I think it might actually be funny to be a dev and to hear people screaming, like, you know, when the whole like screeching, like devs listened. And it was like, that was already planned like months ago. Like that whole release was already planned like months ago. That would be so funny to have like the insider info on like when that kind of stuff happens. Four pipelines, and they also have a Arcanite OG group helping each other. Okay. Where's the quest?
Don't blink or I might just disappear.
Complete commission aberrant exploration. Oh, it's just saying do this. Enter the Valley's app. Okay, alright, whatever, bro.
Hi, Endman. Oh, the weather is...
So far, this game is in its testing phase. They're clearly just trying a bunch of random stuff to see how community reacts, and this is good because they do listen. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's a good thing to filter out these people. Yeah. Bro, the filtering, we talked about it yesterday. I really have come around on the idea of the great filtering. I didn't understand it at first, but I kind of get it now.
Looks like that guy shut down any chance of negotiations.
Wood devs already said in one of the interview patches in one of the interviews patches are 6 1-year. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say they're 1 year planned in advance, patches are? So most of the time with this big 3D players, because of yeah. Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. Basically, like, yeah, they're patches are like 1 year in advance, and it's like when we get feedback on things, I don't know, like it just takes time to like sometimes manifest, you know? And then like sometimes, like, I don't know, I'm curious, because maybe like, I wonder if the devs were sitting on contingency contract and they were hearing people ask for like harder content and they were just like sitting on it, or I wonder if contingency contract was something they were like, you know, get it going, like whip it up, you know what I'm saying? I think it has to be like planned in advance.
The signal of the aberrant core is...
Because I just don't know how reactive you can
We'll run
be.
into plenty of obstacles. Like before, there's no need to completely explore everything in a single attempt. Plan your moves and progress accordingly.
Should have a 2-tier all improvement system? Quality of life? What do you mean 2-tier all improvement system? Look at the keys. Bro, I gotta look for new stuff. See an elevator. It's been a while since I did edge space, and
Search this zone. The key should be nearby.
actually like kind of cool exploring a new area again. Chest. Is there a way to know how many chests you got? Do they have like a chest counter? Because I haven't like religiously gone through and like looked for all the chests. Get a ton of rewards here. I need them for Fangyi.
What's that sound?
We'll end this fight easily.
Let's show them what we got.
Better luck for you,
Really kept me waiting.
Best thing I've done today.
Feature implementation isn't magical. Even if you were to listen, you still need to code a solution and tune the resource economy. Creatures expect solutions in a patch because they aren't the cooks. Yeah, dude, I think that was one of the things that frustrated me with I'll just say it was with the Supa video, is because one of the things he said about Etch Space was that or sorry, not about Etch Space. One of the things he said about the Power Wash simulator was like, why are you making this and not fixing like Umbral or Etch Space salvage, you know? And I was just kind of thinking like, you know, because the thing is, he also pointed out the fact that it was like basically an asset flip. So he was also complaining about how like it was lazy because, you know, the way you like clean up the dirt, it's like not like a dynamic dirt. It's just like you hit it and it like fades away and then disappears. So it's like lazy and it's like an asset flip and stuff. But at the same time, it was like, you shouldn't have devoted time to this, and you should have, you know, you should have just fixed Edge Space, bro. You should have just fixed Umbral Monuments, bro. And it's like, those things that you're probably asking for would probably take a long time, like a lot of development time. Like realistically, right? Like I'm not sitting here making excuses, but like realistically, like those things take time, right? You know, like it or not. So it's not just a matter of like, you know, we asked for this in 1.0. Like why is like 1.1 or 1.2 not, you know, not like, you know, like implementing everything that we asked for, you know?
Mate, gotta put in the hard yakka.
Violence is never our objective. Let's
Love to see an Agni mode for Edge Space. Yeah, Edge Space with some challenge would be really nice. Yeah. Are we not finishing the CC music playlist from yesterday? I was playing it earlier, and I don't know why I stopped. I think my internet was messing up. We'll get to it again maybe when we get some more exploration. I think I'll turn on again. I want to give it like a second. I don't know. It was kind of my internet was just tweaking out, so I don't know if it was like causing strain or something.
Target energy reaction verified. Let's go and find all the remaining keys.
Then they must be waiting to release more new enemies before doing the first CC. Yeah. Potentially. Should have probably gone down here, right? If it releases within 1 to 2 patches, it was planned? Maybe 2, probably not 1, right? Where's...
Be extra careful. That enemy looks really dangerous. I'm detecting the presence of the key. Look around, Endman.
Can I blitz this guy?
Stick together, people. The arrangement isn't looking good right now. Our next action should be well calculated.
Oh my god.
Cozy up with gravity.
They should add a chest counter? Yeah, it kind of defeat, like, the cozy exploration of the other open world is kind of like defeated in this. Like, I kind of like the cozy exploration of at least knowing when you have all the chests, you know? Which, by the way, is something that I think we take for granted, because, like, in Enfield, because in Wuwa and Genshin, they both do that vague-ass fucking percentage, and you'll hit 100% and still have, like, 30 chests out there. I think while they thought of CC in advance, they're putting in early because of player feedback. That's possible. That's possible. CC was a bit early and was probably a bit rushed because of the endgame complaints. Excuse me. I know people who haven't touched Wu Ling yet. That's kind of nuts. That's kind of nuts, actually. Dude, that's something else. The other thing I talked about with some people in the comments of that video was that, you know, like 1.1, for example, like we got all this new content in the form of like factory expansion, a map, you know, Umbral, Edge Space, and Delver all got new stuff. There's like you know, among a bunch of other things, right? But then everyone focuses on like the 10-minute long power wash simulator to say that like this game is giving shit content. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I feel like those people, I don't want to generalize everyone. Like, I feel like a lot of people are in good faith, you know? Maybe like maybe like 1 or 2 are kind of just like angry people who just kind of were looking for ammunition in the, you know, in the first place. So this is smart to do these, right? Just like get it done, basically. What do I need? What do I need for these? Oh dang, Yvonne. Okay, I need to go back in then. Someone in Cookie's chat tried arguing with me last night that having more banners in a patch inherently meant a patch has more content. Didn't that come up in the Gotcha Smack podcast that we watched yesterday, where Genizad said that was it Genizad? One of them said, I think it was Genizad, that like the new character is considered the new content of a patch, you know? And so like that's why people say that. And like it really shouldn't be. Like it shouldn't just be like getting the new character is all the content. But I don't know. How can it be taking, yeah, how can it be taking too much development time when you can clearly see it was just mechanics that already exist in the game with some 2D dirt sprites? Yeah, it was literally just a PNG that like fades out. You know, it wasn't like anything, it didn't seem like anything crazy. It seemed like an intern could have made it or something, you know?
This is my chance to show admin what I'm made of.
You like this mode? Dude, I think Edge Space has like a certain charm to it that is like, I think it would be much cooler with challenge. You know, more challenge would be great. More like higher stakes with the whole extraction premise would be great. But the idea of like, you know, having to explore and find items and just like the idea of exploring a map, you know? Is this where I need to go? Yes. There was a shortcut I'm sure of. Like I should have looked and seen where that zip line actually connected to. Is it this one? Check this out. I'll just run and check. Interesting, I see organized players really like Edge Space, then I see casuals from other games crash out because of annoyance. There's no limit to the LARP. Filter these people out? These fucking animals, filter them out.
Crazy.
Vocal minority whining about the power washing isn't putting realistic hours for an average person. It's nice if a game can accommodate a player no-lifing a game, but that shouldn't be the default. Yeah, this is from earlier. Yeah, this is an earlier area, right? Oh my god, I have to call this again. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Is this the bridge next to the spawn point? Oh yeah, it's right there. That's really nice. Yeah. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I think like we were saying earlier, I really don't think Power Wash was that offensive. I think we're harping a little too much on a game mode that's gonna be gone in like a couple days. I don't know. And I don't know, like the other thing I was saying is like when it comes to content strategy, it does seem like Hypergryph is like they're not doing like the mainline flagship big events that other games do a lot. Which is to say that, you know, which is to say, like, I feel like that's not, like, the main approach to content. Like, in a you know, Genshin patch or something, you might have, like, exploration and whatnot, but a huge chunk of, like, the content is, like, the minigames. The minigame stuff. Anyone notice Edfield 1.2 is up in 17 days as Wua's 3.3 live stream?
This is what happens when you mess with the pet.
Oh, are they coming around the same time? The live stream and the thing? Are they gonna save Amith next patch? When is Amith coming back? I know that Hyuki is next patch, right? Wait, no, Wuwa already had the live stream, didn't they? Etch is made for casuals? Yeah, I know, yeah, I did play a little Annihilation and Arknights as well, in my little experience that I had with it. It was cool.
Enemies.
Wait, I know I need this.
Engaging.
I know I need whatever's in here.
Let's show them what we got.
Let's stay away from sickos.
Escape gravity. Who wants to have fun floating? I pulled it off.
Derangement isn't looking good right now. Our next action should be well calculated.
I was supposed to get a key, but kind of got distracted. Okay, I have to remember there's like a ton of there's like a ton of resources in there. If I still need upgrades.
Smells like danger. Should we engage?
I'm detecting the presence of the key. Look around and
Better watch for you.
Broken swing.
comm stability is starting to break down. End the operation and return at once.
Got you.
Wow. The other thing I remember now is the is the hatred for like the cooking, like the glorified login events, you know? Like the photo events and the like cooking event or whatever. That was the other thing. I feel like, dude, honestly, I feel like the hatred for those is kind of like reflexive. It's like instinctual for some people. I don't really get it because like to me, again, like those are so inoffensive. Like when I get annoyed at mini games, it's when it's like a true mini game where it's like I have to spend all this time doing some like a lazy little like game or whatever. But if it's just like, you know, go to this spot and open the camera, it's really not. It's not like tilting me, you know, like it's not making me like soy out. I couldn't find any Yvonnes. Or maybe I just spent them? I don't know. You need to log into the game to claim rewards? It's unforgivable, truly. I'm kind of unforgivable. You gotta play the game? You gotta log in?
Finn. Oh, the weather is so lovely today.
I don't know, dude, yeah, like cooking event. It's like I wouldn't even call like cooking event or like photo event minigame slop because it's like, you know, 10 seconds. Like, I mean, the cooking thing is I don't know, like how long does it really take? How long does it realistically take? it's kind of just like, I don't know, like would the game be better if they took it out is the thing? Because that's what it feels like. It feels like it genuinely just, people just get genuinely angry by its existence. And so like would the game be better if they just never didn't include Power Wash Simulator? You know, the people that were like super angry about it, like would the game legitimately, would you just rather they just didn't put it in at all and it was just like an empty slot?
We'll end this quite easily.
Or would we then be talking about how there's like no content in the game? Like, I don't know.
Search this zone. The key should be nearby.
Bro, I can't see anything. Imagine going into the game expecting it to be bad, wanting it to be bad, and not wanting it to be good. No wonder you think it's bad. Kind of true. That's kind of true.
Something calls for our attention over there.
Ooh, looks like you're quicker than me.
I mean, how am I supposed to... Oh. Oh. There's hella stuff over here. I think people lash out because they've been Pavloved into forming a habit in a very upfront way. Pavloved? It's kind of tough as a verb, actually. It's kind of really tough as a verb. People like there are people that want to be trained to form a habit intrinsically. Yeah, it's not even a mini game. You just press a button to craft. Yeah, I feel like if you play the game, you know, if you're like already playing the game, then you should have, you know, the materials. Sometimes you'll even just have them straight up, like if you're collecting gifts and whatnot. Do they really need to have this little like tube that you like run around here and then open a door? Miyazaki does it again. Nice shortcut. Just an event they use to give us more currency. Dude, what if...
Two more energy reactions left. Let's
Like, the thing is, like, I don't have a real problem with those, like, login events. Because I know that's what gachas do. Like, you know, they want stuff... They want stuff that can be incentivized... Like, incentivize you to log in, right? But what if, instead of, like, putting ore barrels into the events, what if they put it into, like, the factory, you know? What if it was just, like, okay, like, on this day, we're gonna put, like... You know, 2 like tickets in the factory and you can buy them with stock bills or something, you know? I don't know. Like, most people would just go into their stock bills and just like click buy like on the day they come out, but you know, what if they're just like added there like permanently or something? I don't know. I guess if it was permanent, I don't know. Like, yeah, bro, I have no idea. At some point, like, you're fighting against the nature of like these like live service gachas. Like they're kind of the business model is kind of built on, you know, the currency needs to be like missable.
We'll end this fight easily. And I was hoping you'd say that.
All right. People that don't want all these little events, it means they want us to have less currency, but then they complain about that too. I mean, I guess in their perfect world, the currency would go somewhere else, but where, you know? Built on FOMO? Yeah.
Derangement isn't looking good right now.
If they put it in the factory, people would crash out, but that would honestly sounds kind of good. Yeah, I mean, like, if you have your factory built, like, you know, and how hard would it be to, I don't know, get however many stock bills? It could be something cool that's, like, something that's cool to get... Another, like, incentive for the factory, right? Like, they just keep adding pools, like, limited pools to the factory every so often. These minigames that keep people logging in from their perspective is so they can show investors that people are still playing. Oh yeah, the monthly active, daily active users, yeah. I mean, my inventory's full. I feel like we just extract and come back. I mean, the thing that keeps me whipped is like dailies and the monthly pass in the first place. So that's what makes me a daily active user. But yeah. If you're playing a factory game and not wanting to do the factory part, then just don't play it. I don't know why people would crash out for that. I don't know. Oh, I don't know, bro. There's some people that I guess don't like the factory and enjoy other parts of the game, and that's why the blueprints exist anyway. Like, you can just look up a blueprint and you can just look up a blueprint and skip it. You know what I mean? If it's like a problem. We did get two permits, didn't we? Should we do a couple pulls here? Should we like scratch our fucking Gamba itch? I feel like 2 days... I feel like this has been at 2 days for like 5 days now. It's gotta be closer than 2 days, right? Like 1 day and 3 hours or something, and it's like rounding up. 1 day, 6 hours. Same people would crash out even more. Even the login event has been changed by putting the tickets on 123 instead of 147. Yeah, I mean, that was a good change, I think. I think that was a good change. Okay, are we gonna get the early 5-star? Okay, those are Arsenal tickets. No.
Captain, a Kakuri of Operation
Yeah.
Team
Well, we'll get a
C7
5-star on the
reporting
next
in.
one.
The operation. This is my chance to show admin what I'm made of.
Yeah, you don't even need the farm for the open events. It's true. That's true. They already put ore bills in the factory for the new patch. Fulfilling factory product conditions gets you event currency with ore bills. Oh, like the event? The factory event, I'm excited to see what the factory event is all about. Because I think it looks pretty good as far as event content. Dude, and I think, yeah, I think the limited time like event things, I think that is part of the social. I think that is part of the social aspect of the game in a way, right? Like the whole idea of like, I'm looking forward to this event, or like, You know, it's like you're waiting for like an episode of a TV show to come out or something. And like everyone's waiting together and then it comes out and then everyone watches it at the same time and then everyone's like, oh my gosh, we can talk about this thing that we're doing, you know? And it's like cool to like talk about the things that you're doing with other human beings. I need to fight that guy while this thing is coming down. That was really fast.
Engaging. Stay safe, team. Let's show 'em what we got. Let's have fun.
Dude.
Incoming. Unknown hazard. Target locked. Incoming. Unknown hazard. Watch it. Don't get hurt. Verify and report.
Engagement farming is inevitable, but it's sadly necessary for insatiable gacha gamers would rush through at every content opportunity. Dogs need to be put on a leash. It's called gacha gamers dogs. Not really wrong, but yeah, wrong. It's not rounding up, it's rounding down. It's more than 2 days? Real news? There's a website with a counter. Dang, 2 days, 7 hours. Guys, what am I supposed to do with ourselves? What am I supposed to do with myself for that long? Let's blow those guys up again. I need to finish exploring this area down here. What did I need? What did I need? Oh, here we go. I can just look at all this. Tubes. Oh, dang! I needed that freaking vending machine. I literally told myself like to remember where the vending machine was, and I already forgot. Who's that character you got? You just got those male 4 stars? You wait, catcher? Yeah. Talking about catcher? Oh wait, vending machine. Bro, what the hell-y?
I'm detecting the presence of the key. Look around, Endman.
Do I have to find like a different? Gilberta trivializing all encounters. You missed the factory event? Yeah, but the factory event was like the big W.
Look at us, pulling together like a real brood. Forget about
That was like the big W of the patch.
a definitive outcome achieved through strong teamwork.
I'm detecting the presence of the key. Look around, Endman.
Wait, running around with Rossi with bombs kind of reminds me of Klee. Anybody else? Throwback?
No worries. It's all part of our job.
Best thing I've done today.
No worries. It's all part of our job.
Better watch for your step.
Are you the voice of Mordecai? No, but a lot of people ask me that.
Pulled it off, right?
A lot.
Engaging. Stay safe, team. And I was hoping you'd
2 days, 7 hours till EOS? It's over, bro.
foundation of industry.
It's over.
We should gather more.
We had a good run, guys. We had a good run. It was nice while it lasted. You know, it was nice while it lasted. What's your opinion about the 4-character banner detail shown in the devlog? Oh, yeah, we talked about that a little earlier. Yeah, so like at 120, it's basically, it's a selector, and of course there's one left. Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be? And then at like 80, I guess it's a 1 out of 4. So basically the thing is, right, like if you're just targeting one character, it's still fine because you can guarantee like the one you want at 120. But it's, you know, at your like 80 pull, it's like a 1 in 4. However, if like you're actually fine with getting 2 characters out of the 4, then it's like technically a 50-50, which makes it very, you know, pretty much equivalent to like a normal banner, I guess, in terms of like your probability of getting something you want. So it's really not bad. And if you want 3 out of the 4, then it's like you maybe should pull on it, you know, if you like really want a character like that. Wait, I need to explore that bottom part. I must have missed like a... I bet it's in here. Check it out. What? Why does this room even exist? Are you kidding me, dog?
We've hit the limit. Evac immediately.
Oh my god! Give me the bread!
Immediately.
Hooray! I think I got it. Sound just like Mordecai? Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that. Yeah, I thought those little particles was like a bug going across my screen for a second. My heart just fucking stopped. Can someone please tell me what the factory event is? I somehow missed it. I think it's just like they give you they basically, I think, give you like an item, like give you some items to make that you can make inside your factory, and then you can sell them to like the people or something like that. Basically just like more reason to like mess around and make different things in the factory. My toxic trait is that I think there needs to be an easier way to transfer between the depots on the spot rather than having to go to Dijon or wait for meta storage transfer. That is a toxic trait. I would say I would classify that as a toxic trait because you're supposed to make each, like, I think you're supposed to make each region kind of self-sufficient, but like in a way it's kind of nice, the idea that like you could, like, you know, you could like bring progress from the other factory into the new one to kind of like start you off. But like there is some satisfaction to like starting completely fresh and not really having like a cheat code, you know what I'm saying? I think there's some, like, a lot of satisfaction to just like starting completely fresh. What do you mean commission has failed? Oh, dude, I bet my game like lagged out because right as I was collecting the last specimen, I got kicked from the thing, so it's kind of funny. It's kind of cool. So it thinks I got it, but I don't. Chibis in original game do not give not really give side difference justice. So having a huge fat panda on release gives me hope for diverse character models. Yeah, same. Yeah. Yeah, 50% chance of getting either Gilb or Lav, and then you can either get yourself another dupe or the character you're missing. Yeah, pretty much. Depends on luck, obviously. Like, you could get like Ardelia and then just pick at 120, just pick the rate up that you want, but it you know, it depends. We're kind of farming. We're at 51k.
Hi, Endman. Oh, the weather is...
Two days till EOS. Are we discussing Saint's wet dream? Bro, it's actually kind of funny at this point. It's actually kind of funny. Because listen, like I don't want to harp on it too much because we talked about it a bunch yesterday. But like, if you just basically like recontextualize like why Saint hates Enfield so much, it just like becomes really funny every time you see him like soying out over it. Because like I was saying yesterday, the reason when I see, I don't really see him, it doesn't really pop up in my feed anymore, but like when I see other people talk about it, the reason it's funny now is because I just think, oh my, like he's doing it because like of how he got basically like violated by Skull CJ, and now like he just has so much resentment over that like that's all I think about now is the cum dumpster thumbnails and shit like that. That's all I think about.
Something ain't right.
I'm like, because I know like he's thinking about it. God, it's so funny.
Looks like that guy shut down any chance of negotiation.
I want to see a video of you voice acting Mordecai. Is it that similar? Is it really that similar? It's like, for a while I was convinced that it was just like the same person coming in who kept saying that I sound like Mordecai. But
Engage. Stay safe, team.
I guess it really is. Like, a lot of people are saying that.
I'm detecting the presence of the key. Look around.
What do I need here? I just needed a vending machine, and I need more vending machine, and then whatever that is, probably from a boss.
This crappy weather's driving me crazy.
So I don't need any of this. Kind of just wasting my limit. If you could diversify that much, if you encounter an issue once, you solve it forever. It really limits devs in making exciting factory challenges because you can just heli drop everything. Yeah, kinda. Yeah. Like the factory is one of those experiences where it's like, it's not just the reward that is good, but like the process of making the factory is like very fun to me. So like it's very satisfying going from a point of like, I really need like all these like resources and I need to like set up this automation factory so that I'm producing it. And then when you finally do it and then you can see your work, it's like pretty nice.
Looks like that guy shut down any chance
Yeah.
of negotiations.
We'll end this fight easily.
Runs past you, Dark Souls style. Dark Souls 1 style. Yeah, they're chasing me. What the hell?
Incoming. Unknown hazard.
He's so bitter he didn't get picked by HG to be sponsored. Dude, I don't even think Wua sponsors him, bro. I don't even think Wua sponsors him.
Outstanding technique.
It's like,
That's impressive. You can't
I mean, it's like he's just like not
No worries.
marketable. Like I don't know, dude.
thing I've done today.
I don't know.
Learn your lesson. This is what happens when you mess with the flag.
Volp in the regular show?
Final key found. This should be all of them.
The digital footprint will be diabolical for that clown? The digital footprint will be diabolical. What's the point of this? Now I'm thinking about my digital footprint. Oh god. I gotta be better. I gotta be a better person. I gotta be a better streamer. He does it to games he knows won't EOS to make money. The ones that like, I mean the best ones are the ones that are like actually kind of popular, which will have a fan base that can be rage baited, you know? It's honestly astonishing how quickly he ran locale status. Bro, the fall was like, there's this like, I mean, you guys know about like karma, right? Heard of karma? There's this like idea with karma where like, you know, why does it seem really frustrating in life when like bad people can be like super successful and, you know, and it's like, it feels like there's no justice, right? But like in some cases, it's almost like the universe is like the reason the universe like pushes people higher is so like when they fall, the fall will be like even greater. You know what I'm saying? And like that speedrunning locale status is like kind of like the fall. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what we witnessed. You know what I mean? That's the only way that I know how to explain it.
Take out the enemies first.
Like the reason he like had so much like reputation and authority and all that stuff was so that the fall would be like tremendously, you know.
Confirmed. Our scan target has been located. Good. Let's complete the final step.
Saying isn't worth mentioning, I think we'll probably see him progressively shunned from everything meaningful until no one remembers him. Yeah, yeah. The thing is, like, even when we talk about him, we're talking about like the phenomenon of like human sociology and not really about like him, because like nothing that he really does is worth mentioning. There's like a lot of stuff here. Like, it's kind of like the like frustration has turned to apathy. Like now he's just kind of like, you know, let me dump something. Blue. Fair argument on sponsorship. Yeah, any company avoids him like the plague. The only company to sponsor him in a hot while was a Facebook game. Yeah. You genuinely just need to have a little more nasal tone and you match Mordecai 100%. Nasal tone. Like, it is like this. Could I be a Mordecai voice actor? Could I be a voice actor in general is a question. Probably. Probably. Actually, voice acting is hard. People are very talented. I think it's a very, like, what's it called? It's a very, like, not, it's like thankless work almost.
Don't blink.
His social media presence is actively negative, sponsoring him is a net negative. Yeah. And it's like, it's just like a brand risk. Like, I don't know how to say it. Like, it's just kind of like brand risk, you know? I want to get some of these, but like, wait from Aberrant One's Own Boss? Oh my god, are you serious? What do I have to do to get a new commission? Oh, it's just free. I still can't do it. Nice. Okay. What are these? What are these? Alright, great.
This is my chance to show admin what I'm made of.
Who did you say did a video on him to expose him? Oh, Skull CJ. Skull C. I mean, not even just one. Just go to his channel. It's like so many videos are just shit talking. It's kind of funny. Bro, I need to do like a rewatch at some point, like a fucking like a binge, like a marathon. Skull CJ marathon. It's the why are you not catering towards me mentality. He doesn't like base building from back on CBT. Does see potential in combat. For that, he wants devs to cater. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like.
We getting buggers?
I don't even know, bro. I don't know, bro.
Smells like danger. Should we engage?
Very Tobro-esque, but dude be farming outrage where Tobro's genuine, albeit too much and uncalled for. Yeah, I didn't think Tobro is at least very genuine about his, like, you know, about it being about the game, you know what I mean?
Engaging. Stay safe, team. Let's show them what
Was acting is tough without connections. You'll be working for street cred for more billion years without someone to get your foot in the door. Yeah, I would not like to be.
Don't get hurt.
Yeah, I would not like to have that struggle. Did I miss like a chest or anything? I feel like. What is this aggro range, dog? I'm like in another universe and they're still coming after me.
Smells like danger. Should we engage?
And this big boss does not respawn, by the way. Just kidding. Okay. Okay.
Wow.
Check the channel. It's like a small TV show on him. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. That's pretty much how it is.
It's all part of our job.
With me around, victory is a sure thing.
Like, how many of these am I getting? 450 for the golds? Not bad. Oh my god, yes, a vending machine. Pixel Tree too. Pixel Tree has some good videos too. Pixel Tree is super giga-based. Wait, Alberto Zone 5?
Has been updated. Strange. Interference is getting stronger. Is it because we're getting deeper? Thank goodness the data looks alright. Initiate the evac ASAP. I need to take a look at the comm issue as well.
She wants me to leave. Can I go, I need like some Chen statue or something? Also need to know where this, oh, it's the same one, nice. Tobro is self-aware enough to not come off as fake, but his attitude doesn't really help. I think I think Tubro did not do himself any favors with his, you know, with his overall attitude, but, you know. You know. I mean, I'm kind of curious, like, I'm kind of, like, curious if he makes another video, like, you know, I don't know, I don't know if he's, like, working on something, or if he's, like, giving up, or, like, I don't know what he's doing. I hope he didn't just, like, give up completely.
Stay alert. This
I would see what he has to say, you know, about, I don't know if he'd touch Enfield again, but I don't know. Okay, not this. Not that. Where's the Chen statues? Are those like the zone 1 things?
Smells like danger. Should we engage?
I love the Rossi sniff, by the way.
Roasted body slice.
Like that.
First step is always the hardest.
And I was hoping you'd say that.
Strength.
Well, that was Tata. Okay.
Looks like that guy shut down any chance of negotiations.
My gut rumbles.
The joy of edge space, where you can see future regions, but it's inaccessible. The joy of edge space salvage. I mean, is that a shortcut I've never gotten? How do I get back there? Are those the one with Chen in it? The gold ones? It's definitely not the red ones. New Lapland and Wizardel skins, beautiful. I saw the new Arknights characters do look pretty good. Tubro's still fuming because Rossi exists. Oh my gosh, no shortcut. I mean, yeah, maybe if it was not fixated on Rossi, that would be, you know, like.
Stay safe, team.
Let's show 'em what we got.
Like, there's a lot more to talk about. There's a lot more to talk about. And, like, I don't know, dude. I don't know.
A definitive outcome.
There's a lot more we could be talking about than Rossi. Okay, I know this is not Chen. Yes, it is. It's reverse psychology of the game. That's how it's done. But this location can still be playable in future versions. Stop from playing since you're in college. I think edge space will be permanent, if that's what you mean. Edge space is permanent. I mean, it's permanent now. I don't see them ever, like, removing it, you know? Okay, also needed, whatever this is, a Zone 3 boss. Zone 1 vendors. Green quality vendors. Zone 1 boss. I think I'm cooked here, but, oh my god. I'm most excited about in the new patch are actually protocol space and lore revelations with Ardashir. Yeah, I'm excited about the new story. Like there was like, story was one thing that people have been, some people like it, some people are like kind of, it's like a miss. I hope the story is just good, high quality stuff. Bro, where's a green vending machine? Wait, is this? Why no vending machine?
That enemy looks really dangerous. Engaging. Stay safe,
Yeah.
team. Let's show them what we got. Together, people!
Is he still mad about the imaginary Diddy disciples pulling for him? The imaginary Diddy disciples. That was a crazy,
Violence is never our objective.
crazy reference. Dude, I feel like, you know... Oh my god, there's a chest in here? No way. Slaughter these guys. Get out of my way. Damn, that was a crazy pull. A 60 ore barrel chest?
Before anyone else.
Bro, that's what we need the counter, honestly. I don't know. I'd be curious to see what... I mean, I would be curious to see what Tobro thinks about the game now as a whole. Maybe he still just hates it, but who knows. Why is this just sitting here? The heck? I need that.
Outsiders. Be extra careful. That enemy looks really dangerous.
Now I'm like really paranoid that I would have missed some other chest. I'm like really paranoid. Bread. Can you tell me what Wua did that made you quit? Or more like the trajectory of the game per se? Yes, I can do that. Yeah, the Rossi story was I thought it was interesting. It was good. Might have been a little too harsh on Tobro, although I am thoroughly rage baited. I mean, I was rage baited too. Like, it's Sorry, I'll get to the Wua question in a bit. It's a longer one. So, yeah, no, I mean, I was rage baited too. Like, I'm just trying to give like the benefit of the doubt and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, just, I don't know. Like, I definitely don't think he was very effective at communicating or affecting any sort of like change or criticism, and probably did like more harm to the game overall than good. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. As far as Wuthering Waves, the thing that happened with Wuthering Waves is that okay, so there was the story. The story was like not really hitting for me. End game modes and like gameplay wasn't really hitting for me. And exploration, I didn't really like how they changed it. And they're like, it feels like Wuthering Waves also in terms of trajectory, it's like super going for like casuals. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like the way they differentiate themselves from Genshin is by being even more casual than Genshin. So tons of mini games, tons of minigame events, like everything is like super brain dead easy, just kind of like, you know, everything's like kind of handed to you, you know what I mean? Minigame events are just like brain dead, but like they're just like time wasters. Exploration is like no longer really exploration, it's just kind of like drive around and vibe on the bike and like click on the item on the map. It's like a checklist, just like go get all the stuff. Basically every single end game is a DPS check with a timer. Did not help. You know, every gacha game is like that, but I wanted them to do something, you know, different, and they did not. So kind of like that. Also, team character kits. I really don't like how it was designed, such that like you really need to have multiple 5-star like they'll run like, you know, 3 5-stars back to back to back, and you really need to have all of them to have like a functioning team. And even if it's not back to back, it's like functioning teams are like triple 5-star teams, you know, not like there's no like alternatives when it comes to 4 stars, and 4 stars are ass. And it's kind of like that. It's very similar to Star Rail in that way. So there was that with Wuthering Waves. Really didn't like the way the kits were designed. Felt like I was getting like gypped out of like if I pulled a character, I like didn't have a complete character. I needed to pull like their teammates as well, you know. Signature weapons I felt like were too heavy of a damage bonus for like the content. They I'm like going on and on for like everything. They with the end game, they like HP inflated the end game super hard, to the point where like middle tower floor 4 is like kind of impossible. And also the new boss rush DPS check end game is also like has like a tier that's like kind of impossible for me. So that kind of sucked. Kind of sucked to be like zoned out of end game, felt like, so because of power creep. Also, I think Lyro, I just did not like the academy vibe. So I didn't really like feel attracted to any, well, not attracted, but like, I didn't really like the designs of any of the characters for the most part, except for Luke, who I liked, but didn't really like the academy vibe, didn't really like the modern clothing vibe, you know, like, if you would like, you know, Chisa or like, what's her name, Lene, side by side with like Carlotta, like Carlotta just like, is just peak. But then like Chisa, it just feels like, and Lene, it feels like character designs were becoming very, like, I've seen this character before. Like, we're like copying like aspects of characters from like pop culture or other genres or other games or something. And we're just like doing that a lot now. Or it's like the designs, you know, I'm just not really inspired by the designs, I don't know, anymore. Whereas like for Arena Sita, it was like Arena Sita and Septima, it was like every single design is like a major hit. So like a major hit. Like Carlotta really like brought me back into the game. Like I was kind of like almost like about to leave around the end of 1.x, but Carlotta was like, yeah, you know, I'm here. And then like every character, so like Zani, you know, Zani, Karthia, every character was just like a major hit. And then Lene is like a Gyaru that I've seen in anime. Chisa is like, you know, black and red themed Japanese schoolgirl clothing. I've seen it before, you know. I don't know. Just like, it was like a subjective. I'm just like not into the academy vibe either, like at all. I don't really like academy vibes, so, you know. Wua kits are like, you need this in this character, don't even try and play them with another character, gear, or weapon? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. They didn't change the trajectory, by the way. That's why I keep saying people don't listen to what the devs said. It was planned before release. The plan for it to be super casual. Well, like in 1.x, they basically CV pasted like everything from Genshin. Like exploration was like Genshin, where chests were like dotted around the world. And then with like 2.0, they changed and went probably into their own thing. And that was supposed to be like, you know, their change. I don't know. gave Tobro a benefit of the doubt during OG Arknights days. He's agenda posting beyond change at this point, at this rate. The stories about with Tobro about like the co-op griefing are kind of cringe, if I'm being honest. Like, cause like griefing people in co-op, like, you know, it's kind of cringe, being totally honest. So Tobro feels like whenever he feels like posting something, I want him to take like 10 deep breaths, walk outside for an hour, and then post. Yeah. I don't know. Probably appear harder on Tobro than I should, but it's because I've had firsthand experience with him. Dude's a pig-headed narcissist, and his reaction to getting called out is either woe is me or crashing out entirely, extremely. Yeah, like I've seen a bunch of the like reactions and like his responses. Yeah, like I've seen a lot of it. Is not the best. So yeah. 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 Wu's story started feeling like there's no reason to play it. It's essentially a movie where you don't miss much by just watching a stream. That's exactly what I do now. I just watch Gotcha Smack play the stories now. That's my that's my meta. That's my Star Rail meta. Or not Star Rail, Wua meta. I just watch Gotcha Smack play the stories, and it's pretty entertaining and funny. I need to get like the last couple rewards from this. Okay, we're gonna get our 5-star, which is good. And then, let's see. Big. Mornier is pretty unique. Mornier looks pretty cool. Yeah. Like, I don't know, a lot of characters just did not... Like, when they did that huge reveal of, like, all the upcoming characters, essentially I was like... It was, like, basically only Luke that I thought looked cool, and then... Even then, it was, like, not as much as when I saw, you know... Every time they'd reveal batches of characters in Septimont. So, I don't know. Like the characters and story, but everything else felt boring. Yeah. We need to see it had template designs as well. For example, Brant, but he's the template flamboyant pirate. Jack Sparrow. That is not new. Yeah. I guess I didn't feel it as much. Like for Yuno, for example, I really love Yuno. I love like her design, and I love, you know, her gameplay, especially and stuff. But she was like an Ishtar, right? Like, to me, it was like, it started becoming very, very obvious. Like, Yuno was like an Ishtar-inspired character. Basically just Ishtar from Fate, right? So, there was that, you know. Then, like, Chisa came out, then Lene came out, and it was kind of like, you know, doesn't really feel like, it just feels like stuff like I've seen before. It doesn't really feel like we're building, I don't know, like we're building the world with this. The whole, like, modern academy vibe just like did not sell with me like at all. Yo, what's up, Double Pump Shotgun? What's up, bro? Don't tell Wua players there's power creep. Yeah, Wua was really, really solid with no power creep for a long time, and then it just hit. It was like falling off a cliff. It was like, you know, we're fine. Oh, we're not fine anymore. Like, this is bad, you know. And I really started to feel the like how badly they wanted you to pull signature weapons, right? And I hate pulling signature weapons, even in Wua where it's guaranteed, because I'd rather have like more characters. But, you know, like my Cardathea team, for example, I would run like Cardathea, Chacona, Arrow Rover, and like just struggling, you know. And basically any team I had on middle tower floor 4 was like impossible to clear. It was like mathematically, like it was mathematically outside of like my ability to clear. Did you see the Pixel Tree video before 3.0 coming out for Wua? Oh yeah, the exploration one. Yeah, he got overhated and over dogpiled for that. That was dude, that was like again, that was pre Saint takedown, because you know, you guys have to remember, again, I don't mean to bring him up again, but like, this was a huge thing in the gacha space. Like, the fact that you could not criticize Wuthering Waves, you just couldn't, because like there was this like mad dog culture of like defending Wuthering Waves, and it was like led first and foremost by him and his community, and like everyone kind of like went along with it because everyone was like kind of scared of him. And after the facade like fell and broke and like he was revealed to be like powerless, then like now you can criticize Wuthering Waves and talk about it. Like now you can criticize all that, but the reason Pixel Tree got so fucking dogpiled is because like, you know, everyone wanted to be like on that, because that was like the winning side, right? Was like the Wuthering Waves, like, you know, like defenders, you know what I'm saying? Like that was the winning side. That's how like you'd get like Saint on your side. That's how you'd get like, you know, and you wouldn't have to worry about him coming after you, right? It was like gang protection. Like, you know, it would be a shame if like something happened to your shop. You know what I'm saying? So like you want to be like on my good side. You know what I mean? So that was like the cultural shift. Like that's why that needed to happen. By the way, that's why I brought that up. That's why that cultural shift needed to happen. And like that Pixel Tree video was very emblematic of how like just speaking like your opinion about Wuthering Waves, if it was negative, would get you like fucking dogpiled. So yeah. And honestly, I agreed with his opinion on that. Like the whole like basically quality of lifing exploration out of the game, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not really exploration in WoW anymore. It's literally, it's like a checklist of items. You just kind of listen to music, vibe on the bike, and just go around and collect stuff. And like maybe that's what the you know, WoW players want. Like maybe that's fine, but you know. Wasn't WoW Soul this challenging, combat focused, intense game? I remember the push was for skill expression and combos. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. It was the Dark Souls of gacha games, because it had like the perfect dodge and everything. And yeah. Yeah. How did it come to this? Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. Crazy. Thing with WoW had also so many moments of like brilliance as well, with like certain co-op events and stuff, and they just like certain ideas they would have, and like they do so many things like really well, right? Like I'm not saying it's a bad game, but it's just clearly not made for me. I can say like it's not made for me. There's a lot of things you can say about like it's very catered towards like casuals basically, and that's fine I guess. But Monet's Story is boring, IMO. Rover Sim? Yeah, I did play Monet's Story. I'm kind of like on and off on the 3.x. I played a little bit of it. And yeah, Monet's was all... I mean, that was the other thing that when I was talking about the way the story has not landed with me at all. I could go on and on about the WoW story, but it is the quintessential fucking gacha slop, like solo leveling, every woman is falling in love with the MC, you know, type of writing that is just like not vibing with me. I gotta do some more exploring, bro. The question is, where do I go? The Overton window? Oh yeah, exactly. That's yeah, the Overton window. Yep. On the you know, ability to criticize Wuthering Waves, yep. Some concepts in WoW are really cool and has implications for great narratives, but Rover's so boring and overglazed. I would go through the WoW lore if it wasn't from Rover's POV. Yeah, I think like the Rover, the main character syndrome in Wuthering Waves to me is just such a detractor, because like you're saying, there's so much like potential, and like it has so many like good ideas, and that like main character glaze shit is just so overdone, dude. Like, and people like people like to cope and say it's not, but dude, it's so obvious. Like, it's so obvious, you know, like with Cardathea, like you meet Cardathea for the first time and she's like blushing all over herself, like sleeping on your shoulder, like all this cringe stuff. Just like did not sell on me. Did not sell me. And as a result, I just like don't care about any of the characters, truthfully. I like don't really care about anybody in that game. Except for like maybe a couple. Only true characters of War are Amith and Filova because they actually challenge Rover's ideals. Everyone else just bends over backwards for him. Yeah. Dude, the thing is, like, Amith, I did, you know, watch Amith's story and like the 3.1, and I thought it was good. But even that, like, it really, I thought, had a lot of glaring issues that were emblematic of Kuro's, like, writing narrative, basically. And even that, it was probably, like, the best chance they had of, like, making the best possible story, and they're just way too committed to the what's it called? Episodic storytelling, where like every patch is like a standalone story. So I think like it just takes away so much like impact, you know, from the story. When like the Amith story, if they told a continuous story from every patch, they could have introduced Amith in the beginning, you know, built up relationships so that like maybe a few patches down the line, if she does the whole self-sacrifice thing, it like carries way more weight because you've actually like you have actually spent time with Amith developing a relationship, as opposed to just like telling you like this is your daughter figure, and you know this relationship was built up in the past, but like they don't actually get to do it in the game, like in the story, right? It's mostly just done like showing you some flashbacks and stuff that's happened in the past, not like anything you're experiencing in present time. So Wu situation, kind of like Genshin 5.x, kind of. That's kind of how I feel. Yeah. Because Natlan was kind of similar when it came to like character designs, and the story was really bad in Natlan, in my opinion. Reason I said earlier, Wu only makes sense as a whole patch at a time because the story's very disjointed. Where Chisa's companion 1 minute, complete strangers the next. Yeah, that's another part of the writing. Like that's what I was mean. That's kind of what I meant when I said episodic storytelling. Like, you know, Chisa is the main character of her patch while she's on banner, and then she's just completely forgotten about. You know, that was another thing going into 3.0 that just completely turned me off. Was that it looked like maybe they were setting up Chisa to be part of like, you know, you would like develop this like evolving group of companions that would go with you, but every single patch just feels like, you know, Rover's by themselves, meets the new companion, it's like one-on-one adventure, that person leaves, next one comes in, one-on-one adventure, you know. It just doesn't feel like the Nod Cry story in Genshin was so organic because the entire, like, everybody would interact together in these groups, and then you'd have characters interacting outside of the main character in like separate groups with like unique dynamics, and it was just like real storytelling. Gacha Smack said story really isn't his thing in gacha games. I think so. I think. I know I think he likes Wua's story, but even with Wua 3.1, like, you know, certain things didn't land with him, and he got crucified for that, you know? He got crucified for that. And like, you know, you had people saying that he was like a bad father or something because like because the father-daughter or the parent-daughter relationship in Wua did not land with him. Didn't land with like a lot of people. Didn't land as hard with me as it did for a lot of people. And like, you know, that was another example of like the crucifixion or whatever of like Wua criticizers. Yeah. How to fear the bike will turn Wua into a safari. I guess I hate being right. Yeah, it's kind of true. Yeah. Here's the thing, we can shit on Wua as much as we want. The game found its target audience and now they cater to them. We can only hope Enfield has its target audience and caters to them as well. Yeah, so like, that's something I was saying earlier, and I've said this before when we talk about Wua, but like, I did say it earlier, but it's like, I think I'm just not the target audience. These are the reasons why I'm not the target audience. I think there is a group of people that really like Wua for like a lot of these reasons, right? That I'm talking about. You know, they would say they like those things. When it is like whatever, you know, it's whatever. If they like it, I'm happy, good for them, happy for them. You like For Love and Amith? Hated that in ZZ. It was sort of there for Miyabi, but then they kind of went full into it with Yi Xuan and Ye Shungite. Ye Shungite was, yeah, I mean, she was kind of like the main girl. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't like the whole like, you know, if they want to do like one maybe character and have that like develop some sort of like romantic tension or something. I don't know. Like if it's like once, but when it happens like over and over and over and over and over again, and like to the point where you understand the formula, like that's what it's gonna be, right? That's all it's gonna be. And you know it's predictable. People glaze Wua's story too much? Dude, even 3.1, I thought there were some glaring issues with it, right? And it's like, that was the frustrating thing about Wua, is that you could never voice any of that stuff without getting like basically like a huge take, like what happened to Pixel Tree basically. Like I really don't even think Pixel Tree said anything that like eventually he started like he had a follow-up video where he had to like clarify, and I know he eventually started saying that he like expressed himself poorly in his original video. I don't even think he expressed himself poorly. I just think people were fucking butthurt over that. So I don't know, dog. Like, I don't know. The other thing about 3.1, the story with Amith, is like, yeah, the flavor of the month rover wife trope is so annoying. Yeah. And then they're just like completely like never mentioned again. Yeah, Chisa's not even the first. She's long in line. Remember when Carta Theo was our super important companion? Then it was most important woman in the region is Lupa. Then the next super important character. Yeah. Dude, with Augusta and Yuno, because they had like the 2-part story, it was literally within the same patch. It was like the first half it was Augusta and the second half it was Yuno. I mean, it's just way too on the nose. It's just way too like blatant, you know, to me. And then Galbrenna, dude, that was the thing about this like Rina Sita finale, was that it was cool how all these characters came together. Like people have been asking for that, but it was just like a very, very lazy and cheap like Avengers Assemble moment, you know, at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, like after experiencing that, we got to experience the way they handled groups in Nodcry. Like, you know, none of these characters had developed relationships. None of these characters like interacted with each other outside of the MC. Like, none of these characters got to know each other throughout the course of the story. Like it was just like a phone. It was just dialed in, dude. It was just phoned in. It was just like Avengers Assemble, LOL. And then you had Galbrenna come in. Like, you know, you don't like you just can't spawn into existence like the most important character to the finale of this like regional arc, which is Galbrenna. Like you just spawn her into existence like in the final patch, in the final story, and then like in the middle of that story, we had to do some little like, you know, side thing where we had to go into like the mindscape, and we talked to like the tacit Discord guy, and he was like, look at Galbrenna's tragic past, and look at what a heroic figure she is. Isn't it? Don't you love her? Don't you love the fact that she suffered so much, but still does the right thing because she's a good person? Don't you just love Galbrenna's like heroic character? You know, she's such a hero, and it's just like. Is that a chest under there? Holy fucking sniped. Like, you just don't do, like, you know, if you want to have Galbrenna be the most important and you want to have all of that, like, yeah, fine. introduce her in like 2.0. Don't introduce her in like 2.7 at the very end, like during the finale, and then give me her like tragic backstory, you know, character motivation in the finale. And I know she was Augusta's childhood friend, but it doesn't count, bro. We like, let's just be honest, like that did not count. Like they just kind of said like she was there. Like no one even, Augusta didn't even know who the fuck she was. Like she just showed up. She, for all intents and purposes, she spawned into existence for the sake of the finale, you know, so that she could be like the important character to do whatever she needed to do. Sorry, kind of a rant, but ZZ harem is kind of shameless, but at least it's fun. Wuwa often takes itself way too seriously. Thing is, I think ZZZ, they also shoved that stuff into like the hangout events, like the side stuff. So it usually doesn't take over the main narrative, you know. But I know, like it's still there. It's still, you know, if you're just don't like it, I mean, it's still there. That Avengers one was cringe. Yeah, the Avengers Assemble moment was not, it did not hit, bro. For Pixel Tree, the take that got people wild up is him saying theme of the new region didn't fit the game aesthetic, which is weird considering the game is post-apocalyptic themed. Okay, I guess. I mean, but I mean, even then, like, I really don't think that's like an extreme take that was worth the dogpiling that he got, you know what I'm saying? Like the amount of like vitriol that he got for saying that, I really don't even think that's like the hottest of takes. Like it's kind of obvious we're going to an academy. Like have we ever seen a character like Chisa and Lene before who were in like modern day like Japanese school clothes, you know? Have we ever seen that before? When like Rinasita was like, you know, Renaissance themed like Europe? I mean, is it really like jarring to say that this is like different? You know what I'm saying? When Huang Long is like, you know, China themed, like kind of like medieval China themed or whatever the name of it is. So like to all of a sudden get a girl in like Japanese schoolgirl clothes, like is it like crazy to say that's like a jarring differential, you know? Augusta didn't even give a fuck when she realized who Galbrena is. Yeah, it was just like an offhand comment during like the finale. Like, yeah. You know, and it's like the thing is like Wuwa, like the stories have so much potential. Like the Amith story, right? I'm gonna tell you my grievance with the Amith story now that I'm riled up and I'm into it. Like, the thing with the Amith story is that yes, the like parent-daughter relationship is like very sacred and like does a lot of the heavy lifting of the emotional like, you know, investment into that story. But the thing is like what I was saying, how every story quest is episodic, which means that, you know, Amith's story had to fit beginning to end inside of 3.1. You didn't really get her in 3.0. Like 3.0 was just some like fucking side bullshit with Lene, and then you went on a date with Mornier, you know? It was just like some build-up or something. But like, imagine if in 3.0 they'd introduced Amith at the beginning, and imagine if Amith wasn't like a ghost, and you got to see her, like maybe they actually did the group thing where, you know, Amith interacts with like the other characters, and then you're interacting with the other characters, and like Amith and them, they're all interacting, and so when Amith like has this like familial bond, when she chooses to do the self-sacrifice thing, and like it's more than just, you know, the ex machina, the do ex machina of like, I'm just gonna do this, and like, you know, which by the way, the fact that you could like the fact that they brought in the Lovecraftian horror god like threat, and then like literally within the same patch they had Amith like one-shot him with the self-sacrifice, was like, that is not how Lovecraftian horror gods are treated in fiction. That's just like never how it's done. It's like these what are they called? The Threnodians, they're like fucking chumps, bro. They are zero threat. Like literally I feel zero threat from any Threnodian, because like a Lovecraftian horror god, if you look at any other fiction that introduces Lovecraftian horror, like, you know, outer world god, like horrors that are so beyond like human imagination, we can't even conceive, right? That's like the point of it. We can't even conceive of this. Like simply like understanding it too much would make us go insane, right? This is the level of like threat. And any work of fiction where they introduce this sort of thing, like to defeat, usually you can't like outright defeat it. It's mostly like in Lord of Mysteries, it's like you fight to a stalemate basically. And like in FGO, like it requires like extreme sacrifice, extreme threat. Yeah, cosmic horror, elder gods, yeah. It's not just like one person sacrifices themselves and it's like, well, GG, you know, like, you know, good on us, like it's over. Like, it's just like,
Oops, you caught that?
I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know, dude. Like stuff like that is like,
I'll sing another one just for you.
I just don't feel anything really with the narrative in that game. Like I don't feel anything really. And the whole parent-daughter thing, I do feel that like I just feel like the writers, they just didn't have the chops to like develop the parent-child relationship in like on the screen. And so what ends up happening is that like we as humans, because like the parent-child relationship is so sacred, like we've all kind of experienced it. So like we as humans like superimpose like our feelings of that onto the characters rather than like being able to actually like imagine like the God of War or The Last of Us, how they actually build up across many hours. They build up from like beginning to end, like the development of this parent-child bond. And in Wua, it's like, you know, she's your daughter. Doesn't that make you feel something for her? You know, like it's kind of just like, I don't really think they were able to like build it up in the quest on the screen, like through the narrative. Anyway. Oh my god, bro. I just talked about Wua for like 30 minutes, like 40 minutes, like an hour. What was that? That was like a fucking black hole of my time. The fucking stream is effing again. Like, so let me catch up on chat. Sorry. I kind of just ranted for like a really long time. Oh yeah, the brigading on his video too, on Pixel Tree's video. That's true, dude. The thing with the whole like cultural thing with Wua, where like you couldn't criticize it or else you get brigaded by like mad dogs. I've seen like several CCs who would have like a Wua criticism video, and then literally their chat would get brigaded so fucking hard that they would need to have like a follow-up like apology clarification or apology/clarification video. And then they just like don't really talk about Wua again after that. And it's like, is that really good for like for the game, for like the community of the game, where like you have people who are like talking and giving their feelings about the game. Some of them were like very mild criticisms too, and then they'd get like absolutely just like dogpiled and destroyed by like, you know, and then they just don't talk about it anymore. Like, is that good for the game? Like, have I watched Arknight Seaborn or Collapsal lore videos? No, I haven't. I know she didn't kill it. She just, I was saying one shot as like as slang. Like she basically solved the problem. You know, she closed the portal. She like solved the problem basically by sacrificing herself. This is what happens when we talk about Wua? Yeah, dude, like, I mean, because the thing is, like, it's not, like, I like the game, and, like, I have strong feelings about it, because, like, there are things that I just feel like it was, like, right there, but I just feel like they're way, this is what I meant when I said they're developing in a direction that is just not compatible with me, because, like, certain things, like, that whole, like, bringing the Lovecraftian horror thing into the story, like, that was super cool, right? But they just like were really, really committed to this episodic storytelling that I think is just so like not suited to a gacha game. I just think it's really not suited to gacha game storytelling. these like episodic stories. Like every story needs to be like, you know, beginning, middle, end, and like introducing a new character, having an adventure with them, and then like they're leaving by the end of it, and then the new one can come in and have an adventure with a new character. Like I get it makes sense for like a you know, to align with like your banners and stuff to like sell your characters, but I just like don't really feel anything for this world or for any of these characters, you know? Like I'm never gonna see them again after like one patch, you know? Most of their story, like, and like this is the other consequence of episodic storytelling is that all of the interesting things that have happened to these characters have happened to them in the past, you know? Like their story with the rover and the main character is usually just a way to like, you know, have them like basically like, you know, rover like MC glaze, MC simping, MC like, you know, center of the world, you know, like make you like fall in love with the character because you like people like self-impose themselves onto the MC. But all of the interesting things that happen to the characters happen in their past, and then they just like exposit their past to you, and they're like, isn't this interesting to you? Isn't this backstory cool? You know, like give me characters that like grow over the course. Like look at like you know, Colin, Bina, and Genshin had to like, she went from like one type of person to another type of person by the end, and they literally like, you know, her whole thing was she was like developing bonds with the other characters, and like because of those bonds she was like experiencing this sort of like human, you know, it's very like beautiful, like deep, like, you know, I'm developing like actual connections with people of this world, and that like anchors me to this world, kind of like Lord of Mystery style. So you like see her go from like the antisocial loser from the first part to like having all of these deep connections to the world, right? And you like see that through like the course of several patches and story quests. But like for a lot of characters in WUA, you know, all of that development has already happened. They just like tell you about it, and then the patch is like some little adventure, you know, so you can like fall in love with them. But Arknights has good Eldritch threats. They're super well written lethal threats. I mean, that's how Eldritch horror is supposed to be, for sure. Like if you read Lord of Mysteries, if you looked at like FGO, you know, it's never just something that's like any sort of like victory you can have against it is like usually not a complete victory, and is usually like, you know, comes to like great cost. Not just like one person kind of like falling on their sword. You know what I'm saying? And even like, you know, Amos like sacrifice was kind of framed as like a bad thing because it was supposed to be like like her character is supposed to be a criticism of Rover's character or something. So I don't know. Is that why people are saying that Genshin writing is good? It got good in Nodcry. Like, you know, I would say like before this, it was kind of like, you know, Natlan was like I did not like really Natlan at all. Before that, it's kind of hit or miss. But I think Nodcry was like uniquely very good. Like it did things that like I've never really experienced before in a gacha game story. At least in like these big, like, you know, big four or whatever. Well, actually, I don't know how HSR and stuff does it. I don't know. Or like ZZ. So I prefer gachas that prioritize making new versions of the main cast instead of always introducing new characters. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah. The main thing about Eldritch Horror is futility. There's no victory. There's a respite and a feeling of an uncertain future. Yeah, like even in Lord of Mysteries, you know, like in Lord of Mysteries, for example, Klein basically fights them to a stalemate to basically like let them leave. I mean, major spoilers, I guess, but like I don't even really know the details because I haven't even gotten that far yet. I just like was spoiled on it. Like basically like fights them to a stalemate and doesn't even get like permanent reprieve. It's like in some amount of time, you know, there's always this like looming threat of like they'll always kind of be there, right? So you know, it's and like these Thernodians are just fucking chumps, bro. Like after like in Rena Sita, you know, like the Thernodian's a chump. It's like every single story quest is just you like dropping a fat dookie on the Thernodian or like some sort of like plot or something. Arguably Frolova's quest is the only one where you like kind of lost, I think. But you know, the Thernodian never like accomplished anything. And then like and then in 2.7 it's like, you know, like off screen they like invaded Renacita City and like took over the city or something. It's like, oh, like basically you just roll up and someone's like, oh my gosh, like they you know, we had to evacuate the entire city, and it's like, oh, I wish I could have like seen that, you know. Wish I could have seen that. I know you see it in like Chi Wen's quest, but yeah, Limbus Company, exactly. People still say that about Limbus Company. A lot of victories in Arknights are Pyrrhic victories. Every victory I remember from Wuwa besides Amith are clean. Bro, even Amith, I'm just like, do I care enough about this character? Like, I guess she's like the daughter character, but dude, that's the thing. It's like, if you're gonna have like the daughter character, like why not just milk that? Like even from their perspective, they should have just milked that for like a super long time. Like I would have milked it for like 5 or 6 patches. I would have had like an entire like, you know, God of War or Last of Us arc for like 5 or 6 patches, you know, where she's like your main companion with you the entire time. And then at the end, she sacrifices herself. You know what I'm saying? Rather than like you meet her for the first time and then she sacrifices herself. I don't know. Remember when Grand Architect used to be Grand? Didn't the Grand Architect get like the chump what's it called, treatment? Didn't he also get kind of dookied on? Or they, or whoever they are? I like to see games tell their stories in different ways. That's why I like to play minigames. To me, Wuwa storytelling is different enough to be enjoyable. I mean, yeah, fair enough if you enjoy it. Like, I don't want to take that away from anybody. Like, if you enjoy it, that's good. And, like, their storytelling presentation is pretty high quality, I will say. So, it's probably, like, an enjoyable experience to, like, go through the story. It's just, like, there's so many, like, writing decisions where, like, true brilliance is, like, right there, but they intentionally go in the other direction because they're, like, really committed to maintaining, like, you know, Rover like glaze, right? Or like, you know, harem slop, right? They're just so committed to that that like they can't like reach out and just like do what needs to be done. There's a very good saying made by H.P. Lovecraft himself. That is not dead which can eternal lie. Wait, hold on, I need to read this. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die. And that's the point of Eldritch. Your stalemate is their bump in the road since they have the luxury of infinite time. Okay, yeah, yeah, that was a good quote. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And like, I kind of stopped paying attention to Wuwa's story. Like, I don't know. Can anybody tell me like what happens in like 3.2? Does 3.2 kind of like change anything, or dang, the whole team fucking just... Dude, I kind of forgot what these puzzles do. Do I need to drain this or something? Surely not, right? Do I need to use a water pump to drain this? Or is there a mechanism? Isn't that what these do? They drain the water, right? Sorry, let me catch up. Can you even build the daughter relationship in a single patch? Find on character buildup took several patches and the payoff was so good in 3.4. Yeah, I really don't think you can. That's why I, you know, because this is like another like strategy in storytelling, which is like, it's kind of cheap. It's like a break glass in case of emergency, but it's like, you know, can you somehow get your audience to project their feelings onto the characters, right? So with Rover and Amith, it's not really about building and like their story. It's about like the audience projecting like their feelings of like the father-daughter or like mother-daughter relationship, you know? And it's like, and bro, honestly, that's probably why you had people saying that Gotchasmack was like a terrible father because he like didn't sell on him. Because like to those people, they're just projecting their own like, if you can't understand this as beautiful, then like you just aren't a good father, you know? Like it's just like look at God of War, look at The Last of Us. These are like your like timeless like parent-child relationship stories, and like in both of those stories, you know, you start off with like a very cold relationship, you know, both with Ellie and Joel and Atreus and Kratos. They're very like, you know, they're very cold and distant. And like with Last of Us, they meet for the first time, and then for God of War, they're just like very distant, right? And then like you go through this entire story, this whole journey you go through with the characters, and you like see like, you know, through the experiences they're having together, their relationship develops, right? And you can't do that in like a episodic story patch, you know? I just don't think you can. And like that's why the whole point of it was like, you know, audience, like you just project, like the audience does the emotional heavy lifting. We as the writers don't have to do that. You know, they just project their feelings onto the characters. The pool is related to a quest. Okay. I'm just gonna start doing some of these. Rover is kind of hot, not gonna lie. It's just that I want him to shut up. How does it feel to have a Tobro moment for 40 minutes, but with Wua instead of Enfield? Was that a Tobro moment? Does that qualify as a Tobro moment? Does that qualify? Maybe. My bad if that was a Tobro moment. My bad. Three 3.2 is Sigrika's story, a decent story about self-doubt. The problem is it introduces another bullshit dimension that may not see again. Story feels shoved just because the banner was here. Sigrika's story is decent enough by itself. I have my issues, but that will take longer to say, but it does not seem like a major shift, although Luke and Lucille are actual part of the story. Isn't Smack an actual parent? Yeah. Yep. I have big issues with how Lucille was pretty dirty. What do you want the most to be implemented in Enfield? I want my Elden Ring Night Rain co-op PvE mode. Infinitely replayable co-op PvE mode. That's what I want. Sonorospheres are kind of OP as a narrative device. Yeah, I feel like they're kind of a cop-out, though. Like, it was a sonorosphere, you know? They project their feelings towards the characters. Now, which Enfield creator said that before? It was not TBH. You do not rage at anyone and call them a pedo, so not a Tobro moment? Okay, good. Saved. All right, that's good. Saved. Good. Nice. Thank God. That was a close one. I was worried for a sec. Not enough belittling other people, TBH? Okay. That's good. That's good to know. Comparison's funny. Lucille was done dirty? Oh, okay, yeah. If I look away, I'm never gonna solve this freaking puzzle. Honestly, just keep it at the top, because you know it's going to go back up, right? Oh my god. That was perfect. I mean, hey bro, I tried to give my little disclaimer where I was like, I could see if people like this, and I don't want to take it away from them if they enjoy it, and like, maybe it's just not for me, you know, but those are my issues with it. Those are my issues with it. That's what keeps me from getting like invested in the story and stuff. Like how would you approach co-op, in my opinion? Hold on, I'm about to ace this fucking nice. I think the only way you could do Enfield co-op would be if you have like multiple people each controlling their own team. I don't think the combat would work if you're just controlling one character. It just wouldn't be as fun. Unless they like really try to revamp it somehow or something. It'll be a Tobro moment if you start shitting on the people who enjoy the game. Okay, that's a good distinction. That's a good like a thing to keep in mind and remain conscious of. Because there's a difference between saying like I don't like this and like also saying like you're stupid and bad if you like this. I feel like I try to give examples of like other games and other stories that I think accomplish, you know, the thing. You know what I'm saying? I think that's like the main thing I try to do. To say like, you know... Where's there two, bro? The ending is something in this quest? Do I need to start reading, paying attention? Bro, what is going on? Do I need to keep them both up at the same time? That is terrible. Actually, it's probably possible because it's like falling at the exact same rate. You just need to keep it in and then... Yeah, I just do this and then like do this. Okay. You didn't call Wu Enjoyers an NPC? Okay, yeah, that's good to know. Good, that's a good red line. That's a good red line to keep in mind. Wait, it's Fangyi. You ever played Final Fantasy 14? You know, character growth can't be rushed. You spend literal years of content in that game with the same characters and see them grow and change. I mean, dude, that's the reason why I say episodic storytelling wouldn't work in a gacha game, because the thing about gacha games, how it's like the story basically goes on forever, right? The closest kind of comparison you can draw with that are web novels and light novels, because like those will run for 10, 15, 20 years sometimes, and you just spend like all that time with like this cast of characters and you watch like their journeys, right? And it's possible to have stories like that really good. It really, like, being able to spend that much time with the characters is really insane, you know? And I mean, that's why I use Lord of Mysteries as an example, because, you know, that story went on for like, I don't know how long it was, over 10 years, something like that. So, you know, you can have stories that just kind of like go on and on and on and on and on, but like those stories are written continuously, you know? Those stories are not written in episodic nature. You know what I mean? Like, you're not constantly introducing new characters in and then cycling them out. Like, I think you need to basically approach like each region, you know, like maybe when you leave a region, you can kind of leave those characters behind, you know, maybe they'll come in later at some point. Maybe there'll be like little events you can go to like see them again, but like go to the new region, kind of like treat the entire cast of the new region as, you know, your characters of that story. Like what they did in Nodcry, literally just what they did in Nodcry, you know? Which like shocked me how they did that, because it was like, I can't believe they're finally like coming to understand this, you know? Co-op is 100% coming, and I can prove it. Even events in the new patch will have a combat event where you can only control 2 characters. Now, who would conveniently control the other 2 later on? Dang, that was kind of tough, actually. I did not think about that. So you just control 2 characters, and then there's like a co-op partner that controls the others. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Oh, the ending puzzle, you meant? Do you think that really soured my WoW experience was how contrived things felt? Like things just fell into place without much effort, and then the dialogue felt stiff? Yeah, well, that's, you know, it has to be contrived, you know. Contrived is a good word for it too. Like the kind of like, the way the MC would kind of like, it was like the solo leveling kind of MC, like basically just their existence solves all problems, you know? Never really much in the way of true like kind of struggle or conflict, it feels like. I don't know. Yeah, the ZZZ co-op mode was pretty heat. I want them to bring it back. I'm kind of salty that it just kind of disappeared, and they said they were gonna like bring, like, you know, it was gonna leave and then they'd bring it back or something. But I want them to bring it back. Yeah, play Limbus for character growth and gacha. Yeah. Game of Thrones is an example of another story that is like really, really long, and from interviews with George R. R. Martin, right, he talks about it, how like, I mean, this is the reason why he's never finished a fucking series or story before, but he talks about his writing style is that he doesn't like storyboard and plan things out. Like a lot of writers plan their story like from the very beginning, or they have like a rough idea. Like he doesn't do that. He just like straight up vibes, and he's like, I create these characters and then I send them off on their adventures, and then I just kind of like do what makes sense to them. So basically writing like, you know, what makes sense for this character at this time. And that's not really conducive to a story that will eventually kind of like wrap up in this neat little bow. It's conducive to like a web novel story that will go on for like 20 years before the author finds a way to end it. So, you know, you could do that for a gacha, like, you know, just come into a region, I think, and just treat that region as like a cohesive thing. You know, you don't like, you know, like if all of the La Hero cast had been introduced in the beginning, or all if like most of them, you know, had been introduced, and then it was treated as like a true like group thing, you know, like you had like what they did in Nodcry, where it was like teams of people doing stuff, different characters interacting. Because from a writing perspective, like, you know, the way that characters interact will be different You know, because there's like this character is like a certain way, this character is a certain way. They'll interact differently than like, you know, like, so like character A and B will interact differently than character A and C, just because they're different personalities. And you see different sides to the character through those interactions. And you can't get that when it's just like every character interacting with cardboard cutout, like self-insert MC. You don't get that dynamic. Yeah, the biggest issue is the world does not function if Rover is not there. Everyone stops moving or stops doing anything. Yeah, it's like it truly is like, you know, these characters, they spawn into existence when it's time for their banner, and then they have their little story with Rover, and then they're like, for the most part, they're like gone, you know? For the most part, they're just completely gone. When ZZ brings back the co-op, it's going to be Michelin class cooking. Do they put so much work into their co-op? That's the thing. Like, that's what's really required for gacha games to, for co-op, is they kind of have to, they really have to like revamp and rebalance their combat like quite a lot. And they actually put in the work for that, which was very surprising to me. So I hope they don't just abandon it. Are you fucking serious, bro? Game of Thrones is a gacha. It's very long and the story will never finish. I mean, the story will never finish for different reasons than gacha games. Dude, I kind of wish I wish someone, I think if George R. R. Martin had played gacha games more. Okay, I have to actually look at this. Like, are you fucking serious with this? Oh my god. And then like this one's moving and shit, and like this one's, and like it's green but it's outside, and like, bro, are you fucking... Oh, here we go. This is the strat. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. It's the taps. It's like the trigger finger. That's what you need. George R. R. Martin is a cause and effect truther. A cause and effect truther. Rover is genuinely so overpowered that the whole reality literally revolved around them. I remember thinking of Rover like a field where wherever they are, things happen and outside time stops. You ever heard of that? I've mentioned this before, but like, you ever heard of that? Like we live in a simulation theory where, you know, like essentially, you know how like in Minecraft, when you walk around, it like loads the chunks around you. And then when you leave like a certain radius, the chunks like despawn. It's like the simulation theory like that, where it's like wherever you're walking, it's like a treadmill of like the reality like pops up, and then when you leave, like it disappears. But like you would never know. Like how would you know, right? So that's how Wuthering Waves feels. Like wherever the rover goes, like things kind of pop up and things happen. But like, you know, when Rover leaves, like what do we think is going on in Septimont right now? Like, like what? Is like Augusta, like, you know, Augusta and Yuno are going on dates or something, and like Carlotta and Cantarella are like having peace negotiation talks or something. Like, what's going on? You know, like, I don't know, dude. I guess they have their like jobs, but I guess people have their like jobs. Really hard to feel a connection when everyone falls over themselves to vigorously fillet Rover. Yeah. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like with Cardathea, it was just like character assassination. Like, you know, she's like trapped for a long time or something. You like walk in and she's like falling over herself for you. Like she's like blushing and she's like falling asleep on your shoulder, and it's just like, come on, bro. Like, come on, man. It's just cringe. It's just like obvious, like, you know, power fantasy, like harem slop fantasy cringe. Like, I don't know. George R.R.M. better be writing the ending, or better be writing something to the end. I mean, grim, literally grim. Dude, the thing is, I don't know. I don't think George R. R. Martin is gonna finish Game of Thrones just because, like, when I learned that little tidbit, that lore, that like he's never finished a series before, like in his entire life. Like, he started several series and they'll be like well received, but he's never finished anything. So, you know. The practice of soft launching big concepts through events is super common for the dev cycle. Keep a lookout for random events because they can always become full game modes. Okay. Does Hypergryph especially like to do that too? Oh my god. Sorry, what did you mean about Bell and Wise? Oh, like the real character? Yeah, Bell and Wise are like the best gacha MCs, I think. Honestly. I think Bell and Wise are the best gacha MCs. Like, especially in 1.x, they were really good. I think maybe people say they kind of not as much in 2.0 and 2.x, but they've been really good. They've been really good recently, like in recent stories. Just because Bell and Wise are like very distinct characters that have their own personalities. And usually their relationships with the characters in the game, the writers like do this attempt at like, or not even attempt, they genuinely make it so that there's like a, you know, when you meet someone new for the first time, it's like there's like this journey from like, you know, being like strangers to kind of friends to allies and companions and stuff. Like, it's really helped by the fact that like the whole like proxy agent relationship where, you know, the MC is the proxy, like has their job, and then the agents with the combat have their job, and so they both like mutually depend on each other, and it creates like this cool like basically like context for like relationships to grow, you know. And just that like you know, organic journey, right? Like you even today, like with like Sissia, for example, from like when you first meet Sissia to when like going through experiences, like going into the hollows and like going through like conflicts, they kind of become closer, and it's like more organic than like meet someone for the first time, they fall over themselves for you. Like it's really like, it's just like instant, you know. In Wuthering Waves, it's just like instant. So, you know. Best gacha MC might be Amiya, TBH. Is Amiya considered the MC? I mean, like the you know, like the player character. So you'd be like the doctor in Arknights, right? Although Amiya, isn't she just like with you? Is she with you throughout like the entirety of the story, basically? Oh my gosh, this is where the poop event started, I remember. The event that ended Arknight's Enfield forever. Ended Enfield. Bell and Wise are polar opposites, just make the sibling dynamic even better, yeah. Amiya's like Perlica and Enfield? Like, yeah, like she's like your companion, basically. Yeah. Wait, a couple chests spotted over here. Dude, just look how beautiful some of these areas are. This is truly the best, like, city that we've ever seen in a gacha game. I mean, like, visually, you know? It's not like Baldur's Gate or whatever, in terms of, like, reactivity or something like that, but or like you know, immersiveness, I guess, but it's just beautiful. It's just like amazing. I don't know if you're supposed to get up here this way, but like I want to see if I can. Can you stand on these railings? No, I don't think you can. Fuck. Mia was written like a co-MC? Okay. She's pretty MC coded to you. Mia is now Queen of the Sarkaz, one bearing Civilite Eterna, destined to lead Sarkaz to a better future. Glory to Amia. I would kill to live in Wuling. If you asked about Arknights, first integrated strategies with limited time event, and devs had to literally crunch for weeks to make it permanent because people loved it so much. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know with integrated strategies they did kind of like beta test it. Verse, yeah. To me, Amia's protagonist and Doctor is more supporting character. Doctor's like silent, like a silent MC, right? Or like in the visual novel games, they like talk, I guess. So like they give you like those like dialogue options that are all the same, right? Dude, what game started that? Who can we blame for that? Like I know FGO does it, so like it wasn't like a Genshin thing. This is like an ancient. This is like an ancient thing. I hate like I'm like I don't understand how it's good, but like I guess it makes you feel like it's like you're the self-insert, like you're the character, I guess. Wuling would suck to live in. There's nowhere to drive cars, bro. Like we're too America brained. Like we need to embrace like walkable cities, you know? Are these solar panels, by the way? Clean energy? We need to embrace walkable cities that aren't like, you know, forcing you to drive everywhere. Driving is some ass. Driving is ass. Cities where you have to like hop on a highway to go anywhere is fucking ass. It's dog shit. Give me a city planner that knows how to plan like a city landscape, like so that I can just leave my living area and go and like walk around and have like everything that I need within walking distance. Dude, I think I sell these for stock bills since, I mean, it's 2 days, right? Yeah, I gotta sell these. Excuse me. I'll leave it so that, yeah, I'll leave it so these stockpile. How about that? I'm actually gonna max out on these. Well, that wasn't very smart of me, was it? Actually, let's go beat the outpost quest. I completely forgot about this. The tower defense thing. We can like increase our stock bill rate. Doctor has deep backstory, and he actually became his own character in events exploring the backstory. Okay, nice. Do you have public transport usually? Only in big cities? Not really. Yeah, not really. I mean, in most of America, public transportation is like an omega lol joke, dog. Like, China has some of the best public transportation in the world. Are you from there? Are you speaking like, are you like you've heard of it or like you've experienced it? Because I've heard of that. I've heard of that too. Like Hong Kong had some of the best. Japan apparently has really good trains and stuff. And like China has like really, really good like high speed rail and trains just like connecting the country. Dude, high speed rail is something America will never ever get. Even though it would be like revolutionary to like take a high speed rail from like, you know, from like one city to like another city. We'll never get high speed rail ever. Our government is too like, and you know, our government can't handle something like that. Wuling is straight up an actual functional eco-city. It's crazy just how big it is and just like how detailed it is, you know? Like they could have, like a lot of times in video game cities, like think about like cities in like in Wuthering Waves, right? They look pretty nice. Like think about like even like Rena Cita City or whatever. Or like La Hero, you know, like it looks nice, but it like it's like very video gamey. Like you can obviously tell it's like, you know, like video gamey. This really just, I mean, it's just so intricately, like everything is just so intricately detailed, like every aspect of the city, you know, it just feels so immersive and like real. And it was just super worth the effort, I think, I would say. All right, we're really starting right off the bat with 2 attack points and 2 defense points. Oh my god, what the helly? What is this? What is this abomination? Have I crafted turrets? Backpack 19, backpack 12, 10, 33, 2. Who's using? No one's using sentry towers, right? Oh my god, there's new stuff. Oh my god, fuck. The monorail in Detroit is called a murder mover by locals. Studied in China for a year and experienced it? Dang, that's awesome. That sounds great. That sounds great. I've heard it's awesome, dude. I've heard it's awesome. I'm jealous. Last time I was impressed by City was Witcher 3. Oh yeah, Witcher 3. That's actually crazy because I've kind of been doing like a Witcher 3 playthrough again. I haven't played it in a while. Yeah, Witcher 3 is like extremely immersive. Yeah. Car-centric cities aren't that great, but having the ability to park your car at a house and at your workplace is huge. I guess the one thing you can say is like there are some cities, you know, like I've lived in LA and like it's like LA is a city where you have to have a car, but like every aspect of owning a car is just pure torture. Like, you know, at every single apartment you're paying like an extra like $100 a month for a parking space. You know, every time you want to drive somewhere, you have to pay for parking. Every fucking time. There's no parking lots, you know? It's just like you have to own a car and it's just pure torture.
Area is subject to possible attacks.
I need to do I need to go like put some stuff in the AIC or in the depot and get my turrets. Bro, I feel like they need to lower this ledge. Like I feel like you should just be able to jump up here from anywhere. I guess there's like, I guess you can basically do it from anywhere, but anyway. Enjoy this part of the game. I want them to do more with this. Me too, me too. Like, I'm really, really into, I really like the tower defense, and like, I think, yeah, I mean, I've said this many times, but just this, I need water bottles. The hell? This aspect of it where you, are fighting with the turrets is probably the most entertaining to me. Okay, turrets. Turrets. Oh yeah, I have this deluge tower. And these I have here. These I have here. I need the grenade towers, and then this. America's hostile to pedestrians in general. Yeah. Everyone's seen in Europe and America is that a lot of our cities were built after cars, so they have the space to do it right. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Here, for example, you can't exactly plow over the Colosseum to make room for an intersection. Yeah, I guess. Didn't a lot of Europe get bombed out in World War II, though? So didn't they get kind of a reset on their like infrastructure? I have enough of all of these. I don't see myself needing sentry towers. As a Michigander, I'm heavily biased towards cars. Yeah. In Bucharest, a lot of people that live in the suburbs just go with their car near the metro station, park their car in a free multi-story parking building, and then take the metro. I think I would be okay with that too. I would be okay with that, like, compromise. Because, like, finding a parking space is, like, a lot of the times, like, one of the most torturous things, you know? One of the most torturous parts about having a car. Okay, so we have this branching off here and going over here. And then this, here's what I need to do. I need to clear this as well. Okay, I'm gonna need Shurenite pylons. Let's use this stack. I'm probably gonna need these. And then turrets, boom. Put this here. This here, here. Here, okay, perfect fit. I took German in high school. My teacher talked about how most of the cities in America look older than German cities. Yeah. Yeah, kind of depressing, but, you know. Half was bombed and half was fucked by the commies. It is what it is. Oh, well. Yeah. I mean, dude, some American cities, like, the way, like, you know, basically there's, like, you know, car lobbyists and, like, oil, obviously, like, oil and gas lobbying that basically, like that's what happened in LA, apparently, is that, like, you know, when the city was being kind of built and planned and stuff, they wanted to plan for public transportation, but the oil and gas and, like, car manufacturing lobbyists basically lobbied the government to instead, like, design everything so that, you know, it was all designed for cars. So they just have, like, massive highways that, like, no matter how many lanes you add to these highways, like, you're never gonna solve the traffic problem, you know? It's just a mess. Okay, I'm just like, what's the, I know some of these have, like, yeah, like, I can put, like, this here. This seems, like, pretty smart. This seems real smart, actually. Just hit that lane. And then I'll just, like, experiment with these towers, maybe. Is that the wrong? Oh yeah, it's the wrong one. iconic NYC subway. Oh my god. There's be actual interest in the government to provide alternatives and make it convenient, otherwise nothing will change. Yeah, dude, public transportation is one of those things that, like, it really shouldn't be like a... Like, I'm pretty sure it's a thing, like, most people agree on. Like, having nice public transportation just, like, makes your country nicer, you know? Like, the ability... If I could take, like, if you could go from, like... I mean, this is a crazy idea, but, like, imagine if you could take, like, a high-speed rail from, like, New York to Los Angeles, you know? And there's, like, high-speed rail connecting, like, major cities and stuff. I mean, it just, like, makes your country nicer. I don't know, like, what argument you could have against it. I know it comes down to, like, the, like, you know, fees, like, you have to actually do it. Like, doing it is hard. Those sorts of things. Like, I know China has really nice high-speed rail. Okay, I feel like... I don't know how I feel about building out here. These do damage over time. These grenades are probably paired well with... I actually also forgot who comes from where. Like, I want, like, splash damage, and I forgot. I fucking forgot, dude. I mean, these early ones are easy. Why am I stressing? It's supposed to be easy, right? Okay, they don't actually tell you who comes from where. That's fucking awesome. Oh my god, I'm so... Okay, I think the gas is supposed to slow them, so I want to pair it with this. That seems like pretty smart. I feel like this makes sense. Yeah, make cities lively. Yeah, walkable cities make cities lively. Yeah. Good for community too, as in people. I think it would make also the country feel more connected. You know, like the fact that you could, you know, I could connect like a southern red city to like a liberal blue city, and like everyone could like hold hands and love each other and like get to know each other, you know? Just like take a 2-hour high-speed rail train ride. I feel like this has to be OP, right? Like placing these like this, that has to be like high damage, no? Maybe with the, what's this? Oh, what if I like pair it with this? Can't really do that though. I could put this here. I wonder if that'll work. Actually. Place the gas behind the grenade tower? Why behind? Like if I'm doing gas, like... Like gas up like this? And the grenade tower, like what, back here? Oh, it's too many. Alright, 3 each. Alright, we'll see how this goes. I don't want my squad to fight. I want to like test how good this is. That slow is like really dramatic. I can see the DOT, by the way. Kind of working. Oh, yeah. Oh, you absolutely need the slow on those guys. You don't want a deluge in front of the armor fragger? It won't work. Let's see.
Outstanding technique. Impressive.
Guess I have to give you more
Oh
credit
shit.
now.
Like, okay. I mean, yeah, maybe. Maybe. Okay, I mean, maybe. Maybe it's a little, you know. Wait, I have an idea. I know yeah, how you would do it. I get it now, actually.
We are united as one. You're too kind.
Okay. Dude, the thing is, like, tower defense is pretty satisfying when you, like, get your towers down and, like, you can watch them, you know? Like, they do need to build on this mode. I know I'm not even doing the part where, like, I should be, like, fighting, right? But it's because you have to, like, test your towers to see if they'll work. But it's super cool if, like, they could just throw a ton of enemies at you and you're, like, fighting with the towers. That would be cool. We didn't have those turrets when we first did this. Oh yeah, this was also from like 1.0. I did not do this when I was supposed to.
Can we do it again?
I know what you do. I know the setup. Basically, I'll put like the deluge thing like right here, and then I'll put the fire tower like on the other side, and it'll just like push it back and like keep, you know. Also, something's breaking through. I need to make sure I don't fail this. Oh my fucking god. Come back here. Holy Perlica, get him!
Outstanding technique. Impressive. Keep going and finish this.
There's 2 more lanes? I mean, 2 more lanes. Plus 3? Oh, gee. Oh, wait, I need to do the auto, yeah. Okay, I know how to do this, though. We have an idea, right? How many more turrets can I put down? Oh, like 3 more? That's really nice. I feel like this side... No, this side needed some work. This side needed some major help. Check this out. Check out the synergy I'm about to show off. Boom. Boom. It's genius. It's impeccable. It's actually impeccable. I'm gonna do the same thing on the other side, and I think it's like literally cannot be passed. I'm just gonna move this. I'm gonna put it like here. I'm just gonna put it like here. I mean, that's like spawn camping, right? And I'll just like move this up. And then, what are we thinking? Like 1 more grenade tower? It seems a little too good. Sometimes my genius is truly frightening. Is the gas behind the grenade? Oh, the gas behind the grenade. Oh. Did I read that wrong last time? I see. I did not power these. You don't want a deluge in front of the armor fagger? Oh no, wait, I already read that, sorry. Sentries are kind of good because they always prioritize big targets. That prioritization is good, but I mean, okay, I mean if it comes down to it where I need to prioritize a big target, but I feel like for now, like I'll pass this. I'll definitely pass this one. How is this within power range? What is this? What's powering this? How does this have power? Okay. Sentry's the second best tower we have right now? A Sentry from Valley 4? Bro, why is this out of range? Wait, look at that spawn camp. I mean, that's gross. That is truly gross. Oh my god. That is sickening. Funniest thing is... Oh yeah, just 2 more lanes like the highways, yeah. Okay, I get it, yeah. Funniest thing is adding more lanes to a highway that is the only thing it does is create induced demand at the same time increasing congestion at exits because of going from like 6 lanes to 2 lanes. Yeah, the whole philosophy of like, bro, let's just add like 1 more lane, let's just add 2 more lanes, you know, like it's just never gonna work. It's like Google found an algo to reduce RAM usage in GPT prompts. The result is not lowered RAM prices, but just more chatbots GPT usage. Oh yeah, yeah. The like unintended consequences thing. Yeah. Wait, I should like go up here. Oh, you can't ride that? What is the weakness of this? I guess the Deluge Tower stops these guys. They kind of get slowed here. Like they're getting slowed. I think the range is what makes them insanely good. They can shoot for longer than other towers and help out with other lanes in free time. Yeah, that's true. The range is... Yeah, that's true. Sentry towers are pretty good. Why is the charge going down? Is that normal? Look how fast these guys are, bro. The fucked up thing is that one train that goes from North Carolina to South Carolina up to Maine or something, it literally takes the exact same amount of time as it does just to drive. Dude, I've heard stories about high-speed rail, like just like how fast you're going, dude. Like it's crazy. And it's like, it's just a nice experience. Like just sit on a train, like, get on a train, sit. You just zoom over to your location and you're there. Like, it's just so nice. I also personally, I just kind of hate driving. I just really don't like driving. So So like just the idea I could just hop on a train, just show up at where I need to go. Like,
Warning. This
52,895. Number goes up. Make brain happy.
area is subject to possible attacks.
Think about it, you convert your money to tokens or whatever AI companies use, then you spin the slot machine that is chatbot for answers. Hmm. Didn't well, should I bring this up? Didn't something happen to Sam Altman recently? Someone like flipped out on Sam Altman recently. Cause he's like AI like CEO overlords want to like turn us into biofuel or something to fuel their machines. Something like that. Bro, it's gonna be crazy when we get another outpost. We've been on this outpost for a long time. House got Molotov'd? Holy shit, bro. Oh my god. Oh, alright. I feel like that was a successful day, guys. That was a successful day. Given that we have 2 days left. Wait, it went down to 1 day. About 2 days left until the you know 1.2 comes out. What if I should finish the story? What if I should finish the story over the next couple days? Only 3 more days till we get another outpost? Bro, it's so close. So close. 70,000 is... How many pulls is that? 140? It's not looking too bad for me. Guys, it's not looking too bad for me. Actually. There might be some hope for the next couple patches. I'm just excited for the boss fight. Dude, I hope the story really sells. I hope the story is a banger. A banging story. I hope Fangyi also doesn't disappear after 1.2 and she's actually like, you know, kind of relevant in the next patch too. Cuz it was kind of a, you know, like Mifu was obviously relevant here, but like Fangyi wasn't in 1.1. Yeah. All right, guys. Stream kind of been going long. Guys, thanks for lurking and watching. And can we continue CC playlist? We'll do that. We'll do that next time. Don't worry. We'll do that next time. Sorry, bad timing. Guys, thanks for watching and lurking and hanging out. Thanks for like the follows and the subs and stuff. Really appreciate it. Thanks for like the support on the thanks for the support on the YouTube video. Appreciate it. Really nice to see that. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Well, it was good hanging out with y'all, and we'll stream again. Probably at least one more time before the patch. But we'll see. All right, take care. Bye bye. See ya. See you guys. Take care. Have a good one. Bye bye. See ya. Thank you again. Thanks again.